Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interviewed the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Thank you. Welcome back. We are inside now the Finley Prescott Toyota Arena, and you can see how many people here. They're still taking their seats, but I can tell you it's a full house. Everybody all the way around the whole stadium is pretty packed in already, and there's still a lot of people outside, as you just saw with Mike Fortin, still trying to get in. I want to get started by thanking one of our very appreciated sponsors at RSBN, the Wellness Company. Wellness Company has a product that is in high demand. This is a product that every single one of us can use because the world's on edge right now. We're facing natural disasters, economic turmoil. As we know from the pandemic, unexpected illness can pop out of nowhere. And we don't want to be off guard if that were to happen again. If another pandemic were to happen, it would be a pretty big deal right now because there's so many other things, so many other balls in the air. That's why I'm excited to tell you about the Contagion Emergency Kit from the Wellness Company. This kit was designed by Dr. Peter McCullough. It's essentially packed with medications like ivermectin, Z-Pak, budesonide. If you need budesonide, you know exactly what I'm talking about, how important it is. And it even comes with that all-important nebulizer. This kit was made for treating upper respiratory illnesses. And as flu season approaches, you definitely want to have one on hand. Don't risk being told no when your family's health is on the line. In the event of a medication shortage, the Contagion Emergency Kit gives you control, no red tape, no delays. And here's the best part. If you're someone who likes a great deal and this product sounds appealing to you, well, we're going to give you $60 off if you use the code RSBN. Glenn Beck is walking in right now. That's who everybody is cheering for. We love Glenn Beck. He's definitely one of my heroes, so he's getting an appropriate response from this crowd in Prescott Valley, Arizona. The best part about this Contagion Emergency Kit, like I was talking about, is the fact that $60 off is a considerable savings, especially when you keep in mind the overall cost. MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Use that code RSBN. Save up to $60 with free shipping. That's MakeCareGreatAgain.com. Use that code RSBN to save up to $60 with free shipping right now. You see how good my camera guy is? As soon as he heard those crowds and he heard me talking about Glenn Beck, he was on it. We have such an amazing team here at RSBN. It's because of viewers like you. It's because of our sponsors that we're able to bring you this fantastic coverage. Now, I know I'm a little bit more excited about being here, knowing that Glenn Beck is going to be here. We don't know what the list of speakers looks like, but I'm going to go ahead and venture to guess that Carrie Lake will be here. I believe that Representative Eli Crane will likely be here. And we just saw Sheriff Arpaio walk in. He received a standing ovation from the crowd. So this is going to be a star-studded, jam-packed event. Now, as we wait for Mike to get in here, I know he's still out with the crowd. It's going to take him a minute or two. To get through the press safety checks, there are safety measures in place for good reason. I want to talk a little bit about the border. This is a border state, and I want to talk about some of the issues impacting our farmers and ranchers directly related to the border, because I know a lot of people in the chat are farmers and ranchers, and a lot of people in the chat as well love our farmers and ranchers and the ag community. And I want to start with the fact that ag land values. All right, I gotta step down for a minute to see who they're cheering for. It's hard to see in that big crowd, but we'll find out. You know what, I always like to let you guys listen to these commercials, so I'm going to step out of the way. We're going to let you listen to our president, the hope of our nation.
Every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat, and frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Vote early. Make sure that you get that marked off. That is the most important thing any of us can do right now. The champion of our nation, Donald J. Trump, will be speaking here at 2 p.m. local time. You can hear this crowd. They are so excited to see him. And as we have already heard, likely to be a lineup of superstars along with him today. All right, we were talking a little bit about agriculture, and President Trump is a champion for our farmers. Everybody eats. Most of us eat 3 times a day, as a matter of fact. And so what our farmers do is so important. Now, because of that wide open border, the once highly sought after ranches here in Arizona, in Texas as well, located right along our southern boundary, well, they've taken a big hit from Kamala's wide open border. The land values in many areas have absolutely plummeted, because who would want to buy property or land or live on this area that is heavily trafficked by people sneaking into the country and offer passage? Because that's what they have to do, is offer passage to the Mexican drug cartels. A lot of our ranchers, our farmers, don't want to stand up to the Mexican drug cartels because they want to live. So as you can imagine, property along the border is plummeting. As a result of this, Kamala Harris has done nothing. Again, it's another issue that she has raised that she has no accountability for. As you can recall in her recent View interview, she says not a thing comes to mind that she would do differently. There's another risk I want to tell you about. Our farmers, especially in Southern California and here in Arizona, they're facing a serious challenge due to the flood of illegal immigrants coming across our open border. 90% of the winter vegetables that we grow in this country are grown from November through March in Yuma and Imperial Low Desert area, often referred to as the Winter Salad Bowl. In this region, at the convergence of Arizona, California, and Mexico at the Colorado River, if you know the area, you know what I'm talking about. This is valuable ag land. This helps keep our families healthy in the cold winter months when the colder climates have limited sunshine and cold soil temperatures and they can't produce produce. Well, that's why the stakes are so high for our farmers who grow their crops in this region. It's a dangerous gamble for our farmers because people are coming through. They've got foot traffic coming through at all hours of the night. Lettuce, spinach, melons, broccoli, and cauliflower are grown in this region, and the farmers who work here, their essential work is constantly threatened by the surge of illegal trespassers. We're talking about migrants coming through, hiding in their fields, sleeping in their fields, leaving trash behind in their fields, and leaving worse behind in their fields, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. This could contaminate our fresh-grown winter produce. It not only endangers the livelihoods of our farmers, but it also jeopardizes the safety and integrity of our food supply. There's Arizona farmers here who are dealing with the unimaginable. I talked to one who's actually from Arizona, and there was a group of Haitian migrants who posted up next to his field And in doing so, they camped out for about a week. And he was very concerned about his crops. What's terrible is that they're used to it now because this type of activity has been happening for over 3.5 years. We don't get to hear these stories from the mainstream media, those who are surrounding me right here, right now, where the press risers are held. I'm surrounded by CBS, CNN. We never hear these stories, but RSBN allows you to hear the truth about what's happening at the border. President Trump has always stood by our farmers, and that's why we need him back in the White House, to protect the backbone of our country and secure our food supply. And so hard to keep their herds healthy in order to protect our food supply. In Mexico, they just don't have the same standards for herd health. And as a result, our farmers and ranchers are concerned they could spread foot and mouth disease, brucellosis. What's happening is illegal migrants are cutting holes in the fencing and leaving those holes wide open. A lot of times our farmers have to pay to fix that fencing themselves. But if that fencing is left open long enough, cattle can just come across the mix. We're also concerned about dangerous pests like the fever tick. Kamala is putting agriculture at risk with her dangerous policy decisions, and we have to look out for our farmers. Now here in Prescott, this is an area that we have a lot of retirees, and because of that, the health industry is booming in this region. Obviously, as you get older in age, you want to make sure you've got the best medical care around you as possible. And so construction is big here. This is one of the fastest growing areas in the country. And you've got a lot of medicine. Medicine is big here. You have schools offering medical education. There's a lot happening around me. Sorry if I lost my train of thought there for a moment. A lot of important people making their way through. But there's also a lot of medical facilities that are available to people who want to spend their latter years right here in beautiful Prescott, Arizona. Well, the problem is our hospitals, especially our rural hospitals located in our border states, they're really feeling the toll of the wide open border policy. There have been multiple reports of mothers who can't even deliver their babies in Yuma, Arizona. They've got to travel to Phoenix, Arizona just to have their babies because the small hospitals and medical facilities have been overrun by people coming across the border from other countries in need of medical care. Here in America, we have a law called EMTALA. So when an individual comes into an American emergency facility in need, they cannot be refused treatment. Listen to this. We have a lot more of a crowd at this point. The seats are filling up, and more dignitaries, very important people, are coming into this room, under this roof. This is going to be a show that we don't forget. This is a Trump rally. I can already tell just by the feeling, the energy, the excitement of the people outside that we had a chance to talk to. This is going to be one that you are going to be glad that you watched with us here on RSBN. So we're talking about the EMTALA laws in this country. EMTALA stands for Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act. That means any hospital emergency department that receives Medicare funding cannot refuse to treat their patients, no matter where they come from. Doesn't matter what country you're from, no matter if you have any money whatsoever, no insurance, it doesn't matter. That's the law. Well, a lot of the individuals who have crossed the border, they know about this law, and they came here to take advantage of it. In fact, at one point or another, all of the individuals who have crossed the border are going to need to have access to our healthcare system, especially if Kamala Harris goes ahead and grants amnesty to the 20 to 25 million newcomers in this country. They know we have the best doctors in the world here in the U.S., and there are people who intentionally came here from South America, from all kinds of countries all over the world in order to get this free care from our doctors. Well, you know what? Someone's got to pay the bill, and that's going to end up being us, the American taxpayer. Now, obviously, especially as Christians, we don't want anybody to suffer. We don't want anybody to have to deal with a chronic illness or to not be able to get the treatment that they deserve. But there has to be a point when we say enough is enough, because American taxpayers are going to have to pay the outstanding balance on those bills. And this alone could devastate the American economy. If that happens, we may no longer to provide the world with world-class research and development the kind of research that will one day cure cancer, Alzheimer's, and detrimental chronic illnesses that could revolutionize modern medicine and eventually help people all over the world, populations in every single country. If we're taking our taxpayer money, that federal dollar, and using it to cover the medical expenses for people who came in with the pure intention to get that free health care, well, how are we supposed to invest in research and development and cure these diseases that are claiming lives here in America with CRISPR technology, with the doctors that we have here, with our universities? We're able to do so much. But all of that is going to either be halted or it's going to slow down tremendously if we're giving all of our money to the healthcare system in order for it to not go bankrupt. Now, the big question here is, how could Kamala Harris force this devastation on our economy and put us in this position of feeling heartbreak, anger, and fear? Obviously, that wide open border prompts fear as well. And how can she say, when she's asked if she would have done anything differently, that nothing comes to mind? It seems to me like she doesn't really care how the American people feel. All she cares about is getting elected. She doesn't even deserve to be where she is because she hasn't even garnered a single vote. President Trump always points to America first. He knows about the medical breakthroughs that we're on the cutting edge of right now. He will invest in research and development. In fact, we could take a slice of that money that comes from Drill Baby Drill and invest that into these cancer curing technologies that are currently available. There's so much opportunity, so many other ways that we can help the world if he is elected. He is a businessman. He knows what he can do with the money that is earned from Drill Baby Drill, our exports, bringing manufacturing back into this country to help the world. They follow us. The world follows what we do here in America. And if our doctors are able to find these medical breakthroughs, because of the help of President Donald J. Trump, other doctors in other countries will benefit as well. Now, if Kamala wins, as we know, she's not only going to grant amnesty to the 20 million people who now rely on American taxpayers, we have to consider what that means in terms of the short term and the long term when it comes to our healthcare system. And this is another story that the mainstream media is not covering. She will also likely allow the border to remain wide open. I haven't heard her say at any point that she plans on shutting the border or that she plans on putting up a wall. The border itself is around 2,000 feet long. She has said nothing, not one word, about whether or not she's going to secure that 2,000-mile border. Let's not forget that Kamala Harris once was very dismissive of President Donald J. Trump. She referred to his border project as a vanity project. We know a few weeks ago she visited the border after 3.5 years of avoidance, just in time for a convenient photo opportunity. Now that is what I would call a vanity project. And I'm never going to forget, and you probably either, when Lester Holt interviewed her and he asked her, have you visited the border? And she said, well, I haven't been to Europe either. I mean, this is a woman that could potentially be the leader of the free world. I'm scared about that. I'm scared for the future of my 5-year-old son. I'm scared for the future of this country. It's concerning. It's something that we all need to think about, but I do like to try to bring everybody stories that you're not going to hear from the mainstream media. My background is in agriculture, and I love our farmers so much. God loved our farmers. Adam and Eve were the first original farmers, tending to the garden. Our farmers produce the food and fuel that powers this nation. And they are humble people. They love faith, family, farming, country. These are things that are important to them, and they need a voice as well. President Trump will give our farmers the voice that they deserve because they don't have time to be pounding the pavement in Washington, D.C. They've got to tend to their fields, to their cattle, their livestock. They've got to make sure that their animals are healthy, that they are abiding by all the laws for USDA and the FDA. So they have a lot on their plates. They're too busy to be shouting in the streets with megaphones like AOC and her band of climate activists. You know, I want to talk a little bit about celebrity endorsements as well, because when you go out on a limb, when you put your neck out there to support Donald J. Trump, you'll get banned in Hollywood in some cases. And so I want to tell you a little bit about some of the celebrities who have come out in support of our champion, Donald J. Trump. This is the list of endorsements. A New York City restaurant owner, more famously known for his daughter, the father of pop star Lady Gaga, endorsed Donald J. Trump on Fox News. He called the president a patriot. That's huge. Lady Gaga's dad endorsed Donald Trump. Now here's another interesting story. Danica Patrick. She's never voted in an election before, but she is going to be in this election for the first time casting a vote for Donald J. Trump. Former pro wrestler Hulk Hogan called Trump his hero. Hulk Hogan called Trump his hero. Does it get any better than that? He also called him the greatest president of the United States. Musician Kid Rock has been vocal about his support of Donald J. Trump. In fact, he wrote a song. He loves to spend time with Donald Trump. I don't know if you were able to hear the interview with Theo Vaughn, but just hearing about some of the interactions that Kid Rock has had with Donald J. Trump is fabulous. I believe he calls him Bob. UFC president, this is a big one. UFC president and personality Dana White, he called Trump the toughest, most resilient human being. Dana White called Trump the toughest. That is such a beautiful statement. Jason Aldean, let us know if you're a Jason Aldean fan in the chat. He said he'll be casting his vote for Trump, and he said it's a no-brainer. Do you know how bold you have to be to stand up for Donald J. Trump in today's political climate? I applaud all of these celebrities, and the list goes on. Obviously, Elon Musk has put a lot on the line to endorse the champion of our great nation, Donald Trump. And also Steve Wynn, a man who has a lot of money to lose if people decide not to go to his casinos or to his hotels. Steve Wynn is a brilliant businessman as well. So for Trump to get his endorsement is a big deal. Anybody who stands up against the legacy media, against the people who have been in office, the swamp, they're putting a lot at risk. And I'm so proud of this list, and it goes on. Actor Jon Voight, he's defended Trump on multiple occasions. And this is one of my favorites. 50 Cent, also known as 50 Cent. He actually wrote a song called Many Men, and it started trending online after the first assassination attempt on Donald J. Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. He actually put Trump's face on the cover of his Get Rich or Die Tryin' album. I am so proud of 50 Cent. I'm following him on X. I'm watching everything he's done. He's also been very vocal about what's going on with P. Diddy. So I feel like he is one of the good guys. And one of the good guys is supporting the champion of this nation, Donald J. Trump. One of my other personal favorites from growing up, Charles in Charge, and star of Happy Days, if you are someone who used to watch Happy Days and enjoy it, Scott Baio, and he's been very vocal about how he feels about Donald Trump online on X. I love Scott Baio. He doesn't hold anything back. Obviously, there's a lot more. I don't want to go on and on and on, but the list is growing, and that's what's important. Because you look at Kamala Harris, you know, she's eating duck with Stevie Wonder one night. She's got Beyonce propping her up. She's got Taylor Swift. Well, you know what? Donald J. Trump has the good guys on his team. So that's pretty exciting. It's easy when you look at the facts to realize how dangerous having a wide open border is in this country. 425,000 convicted criminals have been let in and are roaming free. That's the way that it was worded in the memo. Also, 13,000 convicted murderers 13,000 convicted murderers are roaming free in this country. That doesn't make any of us sleep well at night. That's a lot of people. 320,000 migrant children, as you know, are unaccounted for on Kamala's watch. And I just feel like the people here in Arizona, they're in ground zero. As we talked about, this is still southern Arizona. This is Prescott. You may have heard it referred to as Prescott before, but the locals pronounce it Prescott. In fact, I saw a bumper sticker on my way in, and it was spelled Preskitt. It was like, the locals call it Prescott, and I believe it. So that's why we've been saying it, but Prescott, they're one and the same. So this is actually Prescott Valley, which is adjacent to Prescott. If you go up a little bit further into the hills, that's where you'll find Prescott or Prescott. And that is a beautiful area, but it's heavily reliant on tourism dollars. And so that's a city that runs on tourism. So that no tax on tips is going to be huge. Both Prescott Valley and Prescott are big retirement communities, so no tax on Social Security is very well embraced in this region. Let's listen to this.
These are hardworking New Yorkers, okay, union members who have been working on this big construction site here in Midtown Manhattan, near Trump Tower.
On this side? Can I be on this side?
And they've given me great support. They're very, very talented people. They don't get the credit for it. They have very few people can do what they do.
These union workers who are here to talk to the president are paying the price of failed economic policies currently in the country.
And you heard in New York City chants of "We want Trump."
A lot of people are talking about how unusual it is to see so many Trump supporters in Manhattan at 4, 5, 6 in the morning. Does that surprise you?
No, absolutely not.
President Trump is leading Joe Biden 3-1 on my presidential poll out of my 9,000 members. Trump's turn again.
What's your message to Joe Biden?
You. We're a very patriotic group, and we love our country, and we want the best for America.
All right, and we are back. Thanks for covering. It was a tough time to get in here. There's still a massive line outside, and just walking in here through our escort, I can tell you these seats are packed. These seats are absolutely packed. There's still a massive line. Thousands of people are still outside. This place is absolutely bonkers right now for President Trump.
And why would they not be? He is the one who is going to save this country. We're all facing the economic turmoil. I mean, every time I go to the grocery store, my mind is blown by how much they're asking for bacon, for example, eggs. And just to give you an idea, eggs alone are up 69% from when President Biden took office. That's huge. Electricity is up by 31%. Rent is up by 23%. And car insurance, this one kind of sneaks up on you if you don't pay attention. It's up by 57%.
Yeah, seeing some of these numbers are just insane. I told a story several weeks ago of how we went to CVS. We needed some cereal for the kids. We paid $9.99 for a box of Cheerios. It's absolutely astronomical. It's insanity, you know. But again, here in Arizona, the crowd is packed here in Prescott. This place has a pretty amazing history if you look back. A mining town, some famous cowboys back in the Wild Wild West. This place has a pretty awesome history that I was reading earlier. Whiskey Row, one of the most famous places here in this area. And ranchers, cowboys, miners. It was destroyed in 1900 by a huge fire, but it was quickly rebuilt. And you have people like Wyatt Earp and all these other cowboys that were here, such a rich community for mining and so on and so forth here in this area. And Arizona in general, just such an important state for President Trump with 11 electoral votes up for grabs.
Yeah, gold mining. They were panning for gold in their hills here in Prescott, Arizona. Gold mining is a big part of why the railroad was so necessary. This is a place that has a lot of history. It's a gorgeous area as well. We're surrounded by mountains. This is kind of the high desert area, but again, it's just about 90 miles north of Phoenix, and so you get that 10-degree cooler weather here at 5,000 feet. That's the elevation, as opposed to down in Phoenix where they're going to be in the 90s today. It doesn't feel like fall in Phoenix.
No, and it certainly it's much cooler here, but not by much, because being outside, I don't know. Luckily, we're inside today, because outside much longer would be roasting. But one thing that's been very apparent coming into this election now, and we've talked about it before, is election integrity. So important. And what we've seen is just this massive turnout of supporters and voters who just want to make sure that they're helping and to protect the integrity of such an important election.
It is an important election, and something that Republicans are notorious for is waiting to a vote on Election Day. That's something that Republicans have done for years and years and years. And in some instances, it actually has been very helpful. But this year, we're not going to risk it. And that's why everybody is voting early. This crowd is going crazy. It is somebody important who just walked in. I'm going to see if we can catch a glimpse of them as they continue to stream down. But yeah, we already have a star-studded lineup. Glenn Beck is here. Judge Joe is here, the sheriff who changed everything
it's Carrie Lake.
for
Carrie
this
Lake
nation.
Just
That's Carrie Lake, and she's obviously going up against Ruben Gallego for the Senate. They just had a debate not too long ago. She just won. I mean, she pounced on him.
This crowd absolutely loves her. This is crazy. Carrie Lake, we're just getting started here, and you can hear the crowd just going absolutely wild. But before we get too much more, I want to tell you about one of our great sponsors, Angel Paste. Angel Paste Miracle Cream transforms the health of your skin naturally. Not only is it made in Spring, Texas, but everything is sourced right here in the USA. Angel Paste also sticks to America first by hiring veterans. It's unlike any cream on the market. It contains zero chemicals and hydrates your skin without feeling greasy. Many customers have reported younger looking skin, fewer wrinkles, lightening of age spots, healing of burns and bruises. Get the miracle cream everyone's talking about. Angel Paste Miracle Cream. Your skin will drink it up. Go to angelpaste.com and use promo code RSBN to get 10% off your order, which is angelpaste.com. Use the promo code RSBN.
My skin is often thirsty for Angel Paste. That's how I quench it. So thank you to our sponsors at Angel Paste. If you go online, if you read reviews, people really do love this product. Now, Carrie Lake is making her way in. I do think we're going to hear from Eli Crane as well. He's a great speaker. He's representative here in Arizona. And look at, people are taking the stage right now. I'm going to step out of the way so you can kind of see what's happening, because we're getting a little bit of activity on this stage. Many of the people you see here are actually local officials. Everybody's very excited to be here. You see a guy with a coonskin cap on. He's excited to be here. I know I'm super thrilled to see Glenn Beck of The Blaze. I listen to his show every single day. I love him. I love Stu. I love everything that they're doing at The Blaze, because they've got to go against the legacy media. They've been canceled before, but they get right back up, just like our champion, President Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, and one thing that I've noticed over the past weeks or so, especially during this hurricane fiasco that we've been having, is Joe Biden has been upstaging Kamala Harris at every chance he gets. She'll schedule an interview, and obviously the two camps aren't speaking. She'll schedule an interview to go live on TV, and which is obviously preempted by the President of the United States. And we've seen this kind of, I guess, counterattack, if you will, from President Biden. We've heard President Trump say so many times that Biden hates her. And if this is any indication, it's quite true that we have now two camps that aren't talking to each other, and President Biden, as far as Kamala trying to distance herself from all those terrible policies, President Biden now keeps reeling her back in and saying that she was there every step of the way, that she played an important part all along the way for those policies that have hurt so many Americans. And now he's really intervening, and now we have Barack Obama coming in trying to shame people into voting for her based on the color of their skin, which really, hearing so many interviews and hearing people talk about, especially black men, talking about how Obama is coming in, and trying to guilt them into voting for someone based on the color of their skin, really just racism at its finest, and pushing so hard for people to vote for someone who has no idea what they're doing, can't put a sentence together.
You know, I think that if anything, he probably has some resentment because he didn't want to give up that presidency. He didn't want to give up the run in 2024. He wanted to keep on going. And I mean, he even said it's going to have to be God himself who took him out of the race. So I want to give you guys a chance to take a look at this massive crowd. Listen to this.
back from that intermission here in Prescott. As we continue to see the crowd go crazy every few minutes, there's more and more people walking in, but there's so many people, sometimes it's hard to see who exactly is walking in. But I mentioned earlier when we were outside, what a buffoon Tim Walz is, you know, trying to get this photo opportunity, loading a gun, out there pheasant hunting, and no clue how to load the gun, could barely carry the gun. They didn't shoot, he never shot the gun. Really just time after time, we keep seeing these opportunities, just like I talked about when we were in Reno, talking about how the Air National Guard in North Carolina loaded a C-17 full of hurricane supplies for people, life-saving supplies that people actually need, and it was for nothing more than a photo op, and the bird never flew. The plane never took off, never went anywhere. They had to unload the plane. So I don't know what's going through this campaign's mind, but if they haven't seen already, it's backfiring and everything. And what the great part about that is that it's giving President Trump just an unparalleled edge. We've seen Polymarket, we talked about it earlier, is that the betting market is really where you have to watch. These polls can be so unreliable at times, but when it comes to money, people are really, really relying on the betting market to see where these polls are going, and Trump is up almost 11 points looking to take home this big win on November 5th.
Yeah, that's people who actually, they want to make some money off of this election. And you know what? We're going to tell you about one of our sponsors who's going to allow you to do the same thing. They just received approval from the federal government for that. But I want to start with a sponsor that's very near and dear to my heart, because Christmas is undoubtedly the best time of the year, the most wonderful time, as it were. At RSBN, we have a brand new sponsor. And for those of you who love Christmas, like me, actually, we're going to let you listen to President Trump. We want to make you feel like you're here. And then I'm going to get back to that promo in just a moment.
Go ahead and take this.
Marxist and fascist. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome from Bible Baptist Church, Jim Dutton, to lead us in today's invocation.
All right, would you please stand and bow your heads, and we'll speak to the Lord in prayer. Heavenly Father, we do thank you for being a God of love, of grace, and mercy. Lord, you cared so much for mankind that you sent your Son to the cross at Calvary to pay our sin debt. And Lord, we're very thankful for that. And you offer the gift of eternal life to anyone that will receive Jesus Christ as their Savior. We thank you for that. But Lord, today, I want to beseech you for a few more blessings. Would you put a hedge of protection around President Donald Trump and his family? God, would you keep him safe from the nefarious people that want to do him harm? God, would you also increase and strengthen his resolve to make America great again? God, would you refute the efforts of those people that are trying to steal the election or maybe even not have an election? God, we need you as our defense. We need you as our soldier in arms, if you will, because we can't see all that they're doing, but you do. And Lord, I pray for our country. Lord, it's time for all Americans to unite. It's time for us to be more patriotic than political. It's time for us now to try to draw together and to support President Trump in his effort to restore this country. It's time for us, Lord, to be united again as one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Lord, bless this day and help us, we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome former Yavapai Apache Police Sergeant Preston Brogdon to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I'm gonna be facing this flag, and you got flags behind me, all right? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Republican Women's Choir to perform our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the hope of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dave Sparks and Dave Riley.
Ladies and gentlemen, man, this is a good-looking crowd. I'm not just saying that either. This is an incredible. I knew this was going to be good. I knew the energy was going to be amazing. I knew that the people were going to be just on fire. But guys, this right here, this group of people is literally the difference between saving our incredible country and not. Now listen, I've done a lot of crazy things. We've done a lot of just wild different adventures. I own a Black Hawk helicopter. That's like one of the more mild things that I've done. But I want to admit something to you. There's something that I've never done. I'm kind of embarrassed to admit it. Never voted. Hold on. And I want to tell you why I've never voted, because guess what? We are in the state of Utah, and honestly, I've never really felt like my vote mattered. I never felt that it felt like it counted. I never felt like they were listening. But guess what? Like this lady just said, it does count. It really counts. And guess what? We're not standing on the sidelines anymore. We're done. We're done putting up with what they're doing to our country. We're done with them stripping us of our family values. We're done with them stripping us of our wealth. We're done with them stripping us of our land. We're done. We're over it. And that's why I'm so incredibly excited to see every single one of you, because guess what? Judging on the faces that I'm seeing, y'all are done too. That's it. We're finally taking a stand. So even though I've never voted, I'm now stepping into the voting booth, and I'm going to cast my vote, and I'm going to make a difference, hopefully in the life of my family, my community, and we're going to do everything we can to save this country. So I have a question. Can we? Okay, so we can. Will we? You're damn right we will. This is the wildest Sunday congregation I've ever spoken to in my entire life. You guys are true patriots, and you, single-handedly, are going to save this country. So with that said, God bless all of you. God bless Donald Trump, and God bless the United States of America.
God bless America!
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Arizona GOP Chair Gina Swoboda.
I love you. Are you ready? For you know the plans he has for you, yes? Plans to prosper you. But we got to do the work. Are you going to do the work? Are you ready for the United States of America to once again take its place as the leader of the free world? Are you ready for Robert Kennedy Jr. to help make our children healthy again? Are you ready for Elon Musk to bring us to space? Did you see that today? Here's what we need. We're in the final stretch. You got to run through the tape. You know I always tell you that. You know how much I love you. I know how much you love this country. America is a place for the American dream. You are welcome in America if you want to pursue the American dream, and you come through the front door. The future of this country belongs to the American people. Are you ready to secure the border and keep our children safe? We need J.D. Vance and Donald J. Trump, and I need you to vote early and bring it home. Are you going to do that? Show me, stand and deliver for us. Stand up if you're going to vote early. We're going to win, and we're going to have a golden age. You have to have hope in your heart. You have to know it and see it and believe it. God bless you. We're bringing it home. It's all thanks to you. Do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage co-founder for Moms of Liberty, Tina Deskovich.
It's an honor to stand in front of such a crowd today. A crowd of patriots that care deeply about the future of our country. I am Tina Deskovich. I'm the co-founder of Moms for Liberty. We love you guys. We launched just 4 years ago with a very simple mission: to empower parents to defend their parental rights, to fight for the future for our children. Who would have thought that would have brought down the powers of the federal government upon moms across the country? The Biden-Harris administration has come for us full force. They have set every single 3-letter and 4-letter organization that you can think of on us: the FBI, the DOJ, the DOE, and even the SPLC. But you know what we know? We know this: that God gave me and every parent the sacred responsibility and the fundamental right to raise our children as we see fit. But those rights are under attack. They are under attack from the federal government all the way down to local school boards. But you know what the good news is? Wait, before the good news, I want to make it clear. The family is the fundamental unit of society. And when the government inserts itself into the family, into that parent-child relationship, and make no mistake, they are doing that with policies and laws right now to hide things from parents, to deceive parents. And when the government does that, it destroys your family. And after it destroys your family, enough families, it destroys your communities. And after it destroys your communities, it destroys our country. But let me be clear, there is hope. 2 things I'm here to deliver right now. 1, to tell you that parents across this country have risen up, are organizing and getting together, and they are saying no more, not on our watch. No more critical race theory in schools, no more radical gender ideology in schools, no more explicit sexual material in our schools. We want to raise our children in a country where they can be a boy or a girl, where they know that they were created in the image of God, and they are confident in that. We want to raise our children in a country that values education and knows all children need to learn to read. And what I'm here to tell you today is there is one man on the ballot right now that will fight for all of these things, and it is Donald J. Trump. You got 22 days, Arizona. America is depending on you, on this state, to deliver a massive turnout for Donald J. Trump. Get out there and vote. You can vote early right now. Bring 10 friends. America is depending on you. 22 days. God bless you. God bless your families. And God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Arizona border rancher Fred Davis.
Thank you. I'm a 4th generation rancher from Tombstone. We've seen every kind of border problem you can imagine, dating back to 1976 when the border bandits started their crime spree in America. We've had home invasions, we've had vehicles stolen, we've had cows and horses killed, we've had trash you can't imagine. Unbelievable. I turned over 107 illegals within a mile and a half of my house in 24 hours at one point. The border's on fire. Kamala Harris sends gasoline. The border has been safe one time in my life. On January 1st, 2016, they quit coming. That was ahead of President Trump's inauguration, which we attended. They knew he was for real and wasn't going to tolerate it. That was when the border was secure. We need him back. Speaking of Kamala Harris, can you imagine her in discussions with world leaders? We're probably closer today to World War III than we've ever been. And I can't imagine she or Tim Walz, who calls himself a knucklehead. That's really who you want negotiating world issues. Donald Trump is the guy who has secured the border, knows how to secure the border, and will do it again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former Chief of Staff at the United States Department of Defense, Kash Patel.
All right, Arizona, let's light it up for Donald J. Trump. Let me tell you about the Commander-in-Chief I don't want ever in the White House. I don't want somebody who's busy sipping beers and pounding beers on late-night television. I don't want a Commander-in-Chief who's going on podcasts talking about gender fluidity. I certainly don't want a Commander-in-Chief who, on the treacherous anniversary of October 7th, for a war she funded, is posing for the cover of Vogue magazine. And I don't want a Commander-in-Chief who's busy sipping mojitos in Hollywood when a treacherous hurricane ravaged our eastern seaboard. Now that's enough about her. Let me tell you about a Commander-in-Chief I know and love. I want a Commander-in-Chief who's going to go out there and kill Al-Qaeda senior leadership, who's going to wipe out the emirs of ISIS. I want a Commander-in-Chief who's going to make sure that the loving families like Carla and Marsha Mueller are never going to have to go through what they had to by putting America first and saving our children. I want a Commander-in-Chief who's going to safeguard our border and crush the narco-traffickers and end child sex trafficking. I want a Commander-in-Chief that is going to end the forever wars and make sure our boys and girls stop dying in another man's war. And I certainly want a Commander-in-Chief who's going to stop funding the terrorism war machine Iran and the endless wars overseas. I want a Commander-in-Chief who's going to pay for our 55,000 homeless veterans and our frontline workers, our law enforcement, and our teachers. choice in this election. The government gangsters and the fake news media are coming for our constitutional republic. They have used their unconstitutional means and their two-tier system of justice and the deep state, and it's not a Republican or Democratic thing. I want a commander-in-chief who unifies this country. You are talking to the kid of lawful immigrants to this country who waited in line, who fled a genocidal dictatorship in East Africa to watch their son rise to the senior-most positions in the United States government's National Security Service. That is my American dream in Donald Trump's America, and I'm going to put foot to ass to make sure your kids have that dream. I want a commander-in-chief who will use no revenge list. I want a commander-in-chief who will use a single sheet of paper to guide this country to ranks we have never seen before. I want a commander-in-chief who's going to restore the United States of America to be a constitutional republic yet again. Donald J. Trump is fighting on every battlefront. We were just in Coachella yesterday. Donald J. Trump does not divide us. The projection con artists that we are facing in the mainstream media and the radical left-wing agenda choose to divide us by skin color, choose to divide us by ethnicity, choose to divide us if we have a plus or minus by our name. But I tell you, I've never been more offended when they ask me about minority this or minority that, because you know the only label that Donald Trump and I have always cared about, the only label that matters? I'm an American and no one's telling me otherwise. It's a blessing and a privilege to address all of you across these great states that we have. We're not only going to win Arizona, we're going to win my home state of Nevada right next door. We're going to make sure we send Abe Hamida to the Congress. We're going to send Carrie Lake to the United States Senate, because Donald Trump needs warriors in Washington, D.C. that look after our interests. We are no longer going to bend the knee to the government gangsters in the deep state. We are no longer going to let them raid our houses of worship. We are no longer going to let them tell us what our kids are learning in school. Reading, science, and math is more important, and men out of women's sports is more important than their BS agenda. I have stood in that Oval Office with our great commander-in-chief, and he's on his way to talk to y'all, and I can tell you I have seen more conviction in that man's pinky than the entire Harris-Biden regime. And I'll leave you with this. Kamala Harris paid $7 billion to the mullahs in Iran. They started a world war a year ago. A year ago, they sent more innocents to death, thousands of Israelis, thousands of Americans. There's nothing wrong with standing for Israel. But Donald J. Trump knows all too well the cost of those wars. Donald Trump knows how to bring our hostages home. Ask yourself this question. Who do you think those American families want in the commander-in-chief seat whose kids are being held hostage by terrorist thugs right now? Donald J. Trump brought home over 50 hostages and detainees from around the world. That's more than every single president before him combined. I'm going on a government gangsters manhunt in Washington, D.C. Who's coming with me?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage United States Senator Mike Lee.
Hello, Arizona! You know, I was born in Arizona, and my ancestors helped settle this state. They came here seeking freedom from religious persecution in other parts of the country. They found it here, and they found it in Utah, and they've benefited from it everywhere else. It's up to us to keep it. And you know, in just a few weeks, religious freedom is going to be on the ballot, and we'll talk more about that in a moment. But before I do that, I want to tell you a brief story about the kind of man Donald Trump is. You see him on TV, you hear his speeches, they're great. Interpersonal conversations with him are fascinating. They're always interesting. A few years ago, I was with my wife's family one day. He called me. He had a question about some legislative matter moving through Congress. By the end of the conversation, it was a Sunday afternoon, he said, "What are you doing this weekend?" And I said, "I'm with my wife's family. Her mom is very sick, and it probably won't live more than about 24 hours. And he immediately said, "Give me the phone." Actually, he said, "Give the phone to Sharon. I want to talk to Sharon." My wife put him on speakerphone, and he comforted the entire family. The kind of empathy this man shows, and I've seen that over and over again. I saw it when we had people from my state overseas. A lot of people from my state travel overseas, sometimes preaching the gospel, sometimes doing business or something else. Some of them will get in bad circumstances. Whenever that happened, I'd reach out to the president. He'd get them home because he cares about people. He cares about us. One of the things that makes Donald Trump great is that he understands that while it's government's job to protect life, liberty, and property, sometimes the greatest threat to life, liberty, and property can be government. That's why we have a Constitution. That's why we need one. And that's why he respects it, because he knows it's about protecting you. Back to religious freedom for a moment. In every conversation I've ever had with him about anything, whenever the subject of religious freedom comes up, he's there. He's there for believers. He's there for non-believers. He's there for people who are from mainstream religious sects and those people who are from religious minority groups, like me. He always respects those. You know who doesn't? My former colleague, current Vice President Kamala Harris. Ladies and gentlemen of Arizona, her signature legislative agenda focused on an ironically named bill called the Do No Harm Act. And of course, when a Democrat names something the Do No Harm Act, you know what it does. Lots of harm. It would gut, leaving nothing left of the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, passed in the 1990s with overwhelming bipartisan support, signed into law by Bill Clinton, of all people. She wants to gut it. There will be nothing left. So what do we think about this? Real Americans. In Arizona, do you want your religious freedom gutted? Are you ready once again for a president who will keep us out of wars rather than starting unnecessary new ones? Do you want a president who wants you to succeed, to make sure that the government stays out of your way? He'll help you succeed. Do you want that? Finally, are you ready for a United States Senator in Kari Lake who will represent you and stand with Donald Trump? I'm proud to say that Arizona, the state of my birth, I'm related to about 2/3 of the state, so, you know, my ancestors had lots of kids. I'm proud to say that in just a few weeks, the state of my birth, Arizona, will play perhaps the most pivotal role in securing the election of Donald Trump and of Kari Lake to the United States Senate. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage Congresswoman Celeste Malloy.
Hi. It's good to see so many of you here today. I am a freshman congresswoman from Utah. Thank you. I'm really young to be in Congress. I'm really female to be in Congress. And I also am really calm to be in Congress. I don't do the whole rally thing very well. I tend to be really even-keeled and really nerdy. So why am I here today at a rally? Because I think they want me to tell you why I support Donald Trump. And in order to do that, I'm going to get just a little bit nerdy. So we are at a watershed moment right now as a country where things are changing, and I think we can all feel it. There's a lot of change in the air. This is a change election. And I believe that we're changing in the direction of more individual freedom and more balance of power in Washington, D.C. But we're only going to get there. You guys are a great crowd. I don't usually get this kind of response when I get nerdy. We're only going to get there if we have a Republican White House. We need Donald Trump back in the White House. Here's why. We need an America that lives up to the promises in our Constitution and our Declaration of Independence. We need more individual freedom and less government overreach. You all are very gratifying. So for the last 80 years, we've had an administrative state that just gets more and more powerful. For the last 40 years, we've had a Supreme Court precedent in the Chevron case that protects that administrative state. Right now, we have an opportunity because the Supreme Court for which we can thank President Trump, yes, just overturned the Chevron case this summer. And now we have an opportunity to roll back that administrative state and start taking down this regulatory state we live in. We need religious freedom, we need freedom of speech, we need parents to be able to make decisions for their families. We absolutely do not need the federal government regulating everything from dry washes in Arizona and Utah to the cars we drive to the roads we drive on. We need the legislative branch to be a check on the out-of-control bureaucracy and the unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats. I, for one, am really excited to be in Congress right when we get an opportunity to roll that out. Thank you for being here. Please give us Donald Trump back in the White House so we can fix this.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Eli Crane.
Thank you guys so much for coming out tonight. It's awesome to be here. Are you guys excited? You know, I had a feeling that if I went to Washington, D.C. and fought for you guys, you would fight for me back home, and I really appreciate that. God bless you guys. Thank you. How cool is it to have a president like Donald Trump that's come up here 3 times in the last couple years? Where's Kamala Harris at? Maybe her teleprompter didn't tell her to come to rural Arizona. Are your guys' lives better under this administration? Did you guys hear when she was asked that question in the debate? Did she answer it? What'd she say? I'm from a middle-class family. She did not want to touch that question with a 10-foot pole, because she's sold us out. Are you guys ready to stop the slow march towards socialism? Make no mistake about it, that's who these people are. And that's why she picked a vice presidential candidate, Tim Walz, who said that one man's socialism is another man's neighborliness. I did want to acknowledge somebody really special here today. My 13-year-old daughter, Kennedy Crane. Where's Kennedy? She asked me to give her a shout out. My whole family has given up a lot so that I could run for this position, and honestly, I felt like this is what God was calling me in to do. And so I'm honored to represent this district. And I don't know about you guys, but I think we have the most beautiful district in Arizona.
Now, it is important that we vote. It is important that we elect fighters like President Trump, Kari Lake, people that understand leverage and understand that when they go to Washington, D.C., they cannot become part of the establishment. One of my friends here today who's also like that is one of the greatest congressmen I think Arizona's ever had, Andy Biggs. I want to read something to you guys because it's not enough to just elect fighters. I think one of the reasons we're in this spot as a country is because we've allowed God to be pushed out of everything. This is 2 Chronicles 7:14, and it says, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear them from heaven, I will forgive their sin, and I will heal their land." God, Lord, I know I'm not the only one in this room that asks for your protection, your guidance, your wisdom. We want you to be a part of this country. We want you to be a part of helping us turn this country around. Thank you guys so much for coming out today. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Trump-endorsed nominee for the United States Senate, Kari Lake.
Gosh. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Take that, media. Take that, fake media. Wow. It is so good. It is so good to be here with the best people in the entire world, the MAGA crowd. Thank you, everyone. And I say that because I mean it. We really are. These are the best people in the world. My opponent, Ruben Gallego, called Trump supporters the worst people in the world. And he said Trump supporters, he called us dumb. Honest to God, the dumbest person I know graduated from Harvard, and his name is Ruben Gallego. Truly. You know, how many of you saw the debate the other day on Wednesday? If you didn't see it, you got to watch it, and if you have a friend who's on the fence, you got to make them watch it, because we need everyone to vote against Ruben Gallego for putting America first, voting for Kari Lake. So watch that debate. But I have to tell you, in the debate, I talked about an old TV show called Extreme Makeover, because what we're getting from him is an extreme makeover. He's one of the most radical people, voted on the left. He's Arizona's AOC, but he's more radical to the left than AOC. And I got to thinking, there's another old TV show that I think about when I think of Ruben Gallego. It's Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? Because Ruben Gallego called the border wall dumb and stupid. Even fifth graders know we need a border wall, right? Do we have any kids in the audience? Raise your hand. Let's hear it from the kiddos. I see them out there. You guys know we need a border wall to keep us safe. Ruben Gallego wanted to defund police. Even our fifth graders and kids know we can't defund the police. That's crazy. And Ruben Gallego wants men to participate in women's sports. He wants men to be showering with our kids. Even our fifth graders know the difference between a boy and a girl. So we got to make sure that we get out and vote. And I want to talk directly to the kiddos out there, whether they're watching at home or they're in this amazing crowd. I know that you're hearing a lot. Maybe the news is on in your house and mom and dad are worried about the direction our economy is going, and you're hearing a lot. I want you to know, don't you worry, okay? That's right. A mom just said, that's right. I want our kiddos out there to know, you just go out and be a kid. And I want you to dream really, really big, okay? Dream big. Dream big. Because when we elect President Donald J. Trump to the White House and Kari Lake to the U.S. Senate, we're going to turn this around, make America great again, and your American dream will come true. Thank you, Prescott Valley. Thank you, Arizona. I love you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage founder of Blaze Media and conservative commentator, Glenn Beck.
Well, hello, Arizona. What an honor it is to follow the next senator from Arizona, Kari Lake. I am here today because this is the election that will decide who we are, where our children live, the opportunities that they will have. This is a sacred, to me, a sacred duty and honor, not to just be here, but also to vote. We need to get people out to vote for Donald Trump. You don't need me to tell you we live in what I believe are prophesied times. We are living in a time where evil is literally called good and good is evil, where men can become women and strangely men can also become little girls, if that's not creepy enough. We know about what's happening to our girls. This is the destruction of women. I know there are some women that say, I don't know, I just can't vote for Donald Trump. The policies of the left and Kamala Harris are destroying our women. They are undermining us as parents. Anybody who says that they should be able to counsel my child in secret is a predator. This is what we're up against. And for people who say, I don't know if I can vote for Donald Trump, the one thing that you cannot question is his children. His children love him and honor him. His children, quite honestly, with that much wealth and that much fame, they should be crackheads. Well, trying to think if there's an example of that anywhere, but where did I leave my Hunter Biden facts? These are people who contribute to society, who honor their father and their mother. I don't know how he did that. He's a genius at business. The man should write a parenting book. How did he do it? We are also, I feel prompted to tell you that the biggest, most obvious and dangerous perversion, one that should set everyone's alarm bells off, is this. Every Sabbath, every Sunday, if you go to church, you break bread. in remembrance of him. This is my body, which I have given up for you. The left has perverted that to the point to where it is, this is my child's body, which I will give up for me. That is evil and must not continue. We are looking at a relationship with evil that cannot be tolerated. We must. The Constitution is hanging by a thread. It is time for the good people that know the difference between right and wrong to stand up and save the Republic. It is time to call on God's army that is armed with our voices and our vote. You know, Kamala Harris said just the other day in an interview that if she could do it all over again, what would she change? Is there any policies or anything that she would change? Immediately, the list was endless in my head, and she responded, no, nothing. How is this woman the agent of change? How do people get that understanding of who she is? Let me tell you something. If you want change, vote Donald Trump. Things are going to change. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage from the National Border Patrol Council, Art Del Cueto.
Arizona! This is Trump country. Let him hear it. He's back there and he can hear you. Make it loud. Thank you all so much for being out here. Of course, you ain't here for me, but I want to tell you guys one thing. They're not out here right now because they're back there speaking to somebody very important. But when you see these guys come out here, with the guys and girls come out with the khaki pants and these black shirts, they're members of the council, okay? And they're the real heroes that put their lives on the line each and every day for every single one of us. Now, I'm extremely happy to be out here because it's important that we get the right people into play. Every single one of those candidates are important because we need to save this country. We need to save this state. So the state elections are very important as well. Remember that. And look at some of them bills that are coming out. Okay, we're the only state right now that has a bill out there that is actually going to prosecute people for bringing in and sex trafficking children. The rest of the states need to get on board. Now, I've had the privilege to speak with President Trump several times, and he always was there to listen. He would always ask, what is going on with the boots on the ground? That's the type of individual he is. He cares about the boots on the ground, and he cares about real people that are out there putting their lives on the line every day. And you're going to hear a lot of back and forth from that other candidate that I already forgot her name. But you got to remember, okay, you're going to hear a lot of back and forth, and you're going to have the racist remarks and everything else. I know him personally. I know a lot of these candidates out here personally. I know Eli Crane. I know Paul Gosar, Andy Biggs. And I'm going to tell you, when they start throwing that word racist around about any one of those individuals, I seriously get pissed off. And you should too. ¿Dónde están todos latinos for Trump? Where's my gente latina?
I don't want to go on and finish without saying hello and bringing up Sheriff Joe Arpaio. He's been very instrumental in a lot of things I said, so let's give him a round of applause. Folks, I said it in video, I said it in a couple commercials, and I'm going to tell you guys right now, and you guys need to seriously remember this. El Tren de Aragua is in Arizona. They're a terrorist gang that's in our country. Kamala Harris is not going to stop them. She brought them and imported them in. Trump is the only one that can do that. We need to put the right person in place to defend our country. We cannot survive as a country with 4 more years after the destruction that we've seen today. She inherited a perfect border under Donald Trump, and it needs to be perfected again. We need to put Donald Trump back into office. That's who needs to do it. There is no second chances. We can't afford 4 more years. Remember that. Remember, in closing, you live in the great 48. This state is great, this country is great, and we need to make it great even more with Donald Trump at the White House. God bless you guys. God bless the state of Arizona. God bless America. And God bless every single one of them, men and women with the black shirts backstage. I love you all very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the immediate past president of the National Border Patrol Council, Brandon Judd.
It's great to be with you. Great to be with you. Hey, we've got a police officer here today from Hartford, Connecticut. Can you believe that? Can you stand up? Stand up. Police officer, Hartford, Connecticut. Yep. We've got officers here today from Buffalo, New York. We've got officers from Detroit, Michigan. We've got officers from Vermont. We've got officers from the state of Washington. All of these people support Donald Trump. You know, you gotta love Chicago, right? Chicago, everybody loves Chicago. Yeah. Chicago's a great city, great city. Little Johnny was sitting on a corner selling cats. He had to sell cats because his family can't afford milk and bread anymore. So he's sitting on the corner selling these little kittens. And he's advertising them saying, Harris kittens for sale, Harris kittens for sale. Obama, you know, he's from Chicago, so he walks by, he sees little Johnny selling these Harris kittens. He says, little Johnny, are these really Harris kittens? Little Johnny says, yeah, they are. Obama says, great job. Keep up the good work. 3 weeks later, little Johnny's on the same corner selling Trump kittens. Trump kittens for sale. Obama walks by and he says, little Johnny, is this true? Are these Trump kittens? Little Johnny says, yeah, they're Trump kittens. Obama looks in and says, but little Johnny, aren't these the same kittens as 3 weeks ago? He says, yeah, but they've opened their eyes. It all comes down to policy. Policy, policy, policy. If you love rhetoric, you're gonna love Kamala. She's great on rhetoric. She's got the best rhetoric that existed. I can personally tell you, I had the unfortunate task of trying to work with this administration to get them to try to secure the border. Gave them every single thing that they needed that fit within their parameters. Not the policies that were Trump's, that worked so effectively, but within their own parameters. And they completely refused them. That's what she did. So if you really think that she's going to go into office and actually follow through on what she said, when she's already been given all of the policies that she needs, you're stupid. It's not going to happen. Bill Melugin, Fox News, a couple weeks ago, maybe a couple months ago, he tweeted out, and he said, you know, she's talking about the border. She's talking about securing the border, but she has the authority right now to secure the border, right now. So why doesn't she do it? What makes you think if she has the authority right now to secure the border and she doesn't do it, what makes you think she's going to do it when she gets into office? Well, hold on. I said when she gets in the office, she ain't getting into office. It ain't happening. She's fired. She is not going to follow through. If you like rhetoric, she's your person. If you want policy, if you want economic policy, if you want domestic policy, if you want secure borders, if you want public safety, if you want all of those policies, Donald Trump's your man. No doubt about it. If you want flowery speech, Kamala's your person. Vote for her and you will get nothing. This country was founded on laws. We believe in the laws. If we follow those laws, this country will be great. Donald Trump will do exactly that. He will make sure that we follow those laws. This country will be great again. Donald Trump for president. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage from the National Border Patrol Council, Paul Perez.
Good afternoon, Arizona. My name is Paul Perez. I am the president of the National Border Patrol Council. We are the Border Patrol Union that represents the 16,000 Border Patrol agents. We are representative of them. They are the frontline men and women who are out there every day protecting this country. I have served for 27 years under 5 presidential administrations. I can tell you there's only one president that actually secured the border the way it needed to be secure, and that was President Donald J. Trump. Kamala Harris has destroyed this country. She started with the border. She was the border czar. The policies that they dismantled, that President Trump left them, a clean and secure border, have led to millions and millions of people, including thousands of murderers, rapists, and robbers who have come from other countries unvetted and been released into this country. They have committed crimes. They have committed a multitude of murders in this country. Donald Trump supports legal immigration. So ask yourself, why is it that the government puts a cap, a limit on legal immigrants coming into this country, but Border Czar Harris lifted the cap, lifted an unknown number to allow millions and millions of people to come in unvetted and destroy this country? They have allowed gang members, terrorists into this country. Tren de Aragua, TDA, MS-13, the Mexican drug cartels, all who have profited off of the policies of border czar Kamala Harris. The only person that can step in and fix the border and end the chaos, the pandemonium, is Donald J. Trump. This November, everybody needs to wake up that isn't already woke, but the right woke, meaning they know that the democratic policies that are seeking this country are full of crap. We need everybody to go out and support Donald J. Trump in November. In your state of Arizona, TDA is active, just like they are in Colorado, just like they are in Texas. Lock her up. Exactly, lock her up. There is only one person who can fix it. One person that will hold the criminals accountable, who will enact a mass deportation of all these millions of people that came in illegally. The illegal aliens that are destroying this country will be gone after this election because Donald J. Trump is going to remove them. The men and women who I represent, who are out there every day putting their life on the line to defend this country, want the handcuffs taken off. And we know that only Donald J. Trump will do it. This is a man who has taken a bullet for this country, who puts his life on the line, who will never surrender. So let's give him the support that he needs in November to take this country back, end the craziness that's going on the border, and finally secure it so that we can have peace for all of us and for our families. Thank you very much. Donald J. Trump.
Arizona, where we just had some of the most amazing speeches, mostly addressing the border, than we've ever seen. Now, here in Arizona, this is such a big area for illegal immigration. They're on ground zero, and we just received word that President Trump has a big surprise message that is going to help our customs and border agents up and down the border, not just at our southern border, our northern border with Canada as well, where we have also seen more trafficking of fentanyl. Now, before we go any deeper into this, I want to talk a little bit about one of our sponsors because we couldn't bring you this coverage. Obviously, we bring you the unedited coverage, and Birch Gold is a huge part of that. Birch Gold has been with us for a long time. They're so supportive, and we really respect the work that they do. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, but there's still about $1 trillion, $1 trillion left over from the pandemic. President Biden, he could tap into those resources immediately if he wanted to, and judging by the way the polls are looking, I wouldn't be surprised if he did so. Now, in order to spend that massive amount of money in a last-ditch effort to influence key constituencies, just watch what happens here over the next 23 days. That's all that we have left before November 5th. Now, if Biden and Harris are able to push out these funds, it could lead to another inflation surge. So, our friends at Birch Gold, they want to assure you that hope is not lost. You can protect your hard-earned savings. You can protect your IRA. You can protect your 401k. Get a free gold info kit by texting the word Trump to 989898. And when you make a purchase for a limited time, Birch Gold is giving away those iconic silver coins featuring our champion, President Donald J. Trump, raising his fist up in the air after someone almost took his life. I can't even imagine what that must have been like for him, but he stood strong and resilient and surprised all of us with just how strong he is as a leader. You can own this one-of-a-kind piece of history preserved in a silver coin by texting Trump to 989898 today. Do it today, Trump to 989898, and make sure you get that silver coin.
And if you're a coffee lover and fed up with paying super high prices at places like Starbucks that don't care about you or care about America in any way, shape, or form, check out our friends at Americava Coffee. Stop paying $6 or more for crappy commercial coffee from companies that hate you and hate America. Support a coffee company that loves America and loves President Trump, is woke-free and 100% American. From the tropical islands of Hawaii, roasted in small batches in the free state of Florida. Just like our 45th and soon-to-be 47th president, Trump Gold Blend is luxurious, rich, gold, and strong. Americava Coffee Company has coffee for everyone, from Trump Black Dark Roast to Let's Go Brandon Light Roast. There's a perfect coffee for every patriot. For a limited time, RSBN viewers can save 10% on their entire order. Visit AmericavaCoffee.com for the most delicious, well-balanced, and smooth specialty coffee in the world. Stay awake, not woke, with Americava Coffee.
That's the key right there. Awake, but not woke. Kamala Harris wants to make our military woke. In fact, she already has in many ways. I don't know about you, but I know you had a chance to talk to Art Del Cueto. He took the stage. He had a rousing speech. We heard from Brandon Judd as well, Carrie Lake. We heard from Glenn Beck. What a surprise that he was here. Eli Crane made a great speech out there today. What was your takeaway from all those speeches?
Well, the takeaway is, and I've talked to other Border Patrol people as well, not on camera. The problem is that these guys were hired, swore an oath to protect and defend this country, and they're not able to do their job. They're being told, they're essentially Walmart greeters, as they call themselves. People are coming in, they're checking people, they're giving them a bottle of water, some papers, and having them hang out until they can get them processed and free them into the country. So these guys, they, as much as they want to do their job and they want to help protect the country, they're being told not to. They don't have the authority now to stop and detain people. They're holding on to them. They're making sure they feel good. They're making sure they get fed, and then they're sending them off wherever they can. And the people are coming through in such high numbers that there's just no way to track people. And Art was, the same thing, and I've heard him speak, and I've seen him on several occasions at different events that we've been to, and his message is the same. President Trump loves the country. He wants to shut the border down. He wants to stop this. Just like Border Patrol said, we need to let people in. We need to let people in the right way, through the front door.
Well, I think we need to put a cap as well on how many people we let in. And what's interesting is you brought up a good point. As they're playing Walmart greeter and they're processing all these people, the cartels know how busy they are. And so they're taking the back doors into our country across a lot of these ranches, which is why you heard from a rancher today, and why it's so dangerous to be a rancher now along the Texas border, because that land is being heavily trafficked by drug cartels. And so it's a really tough time. They can't do their job at Customs Border Patrol because they have got to process people. And so the bad guys are sneaking in, guys that they want to catch, because they don't have another choice. Their hands are completely strapped.
Yeah, there's just so many people that it's impossible to catch and process all these people. So, it's kind of that old thing. When the cops turn their back, everyone runs the other way. But some very important news that we want to break to you now. Number one, President Trump is in the air and on his way here to Arizona. But number two, in order to address the shortage of Border Patrol agents caused by catastrophic failures and the morale crisis caused by our so-called border czar, Kamala Harris, President Trump is expected to announce today a plan to expand Border Patrol and retain the existing talent that we already have. These gentlemen and women, men and women of the Border Patrol who aren't currently able to do their job. Specifically, President Trump will lay out a goal of hiring 10,000 new Border Patrol agents and is asking Congress to immediately approve a 10% raise for all Border Patrol agents, as well as a $10,000 retention and signing bonuses. These moves will ensure that we can hire and keep Border Patrol agents we need to keep our nation safe. So breaking news directly from Trump himself and his people. This is going to be very well received here and anywhere in Arizona, all over the country, but specifically here in Arizona, where we hear time and time again, rally after rally, event after event, border is the number one issue here in Arizona.
Yeah, and economy is obviously another huge issue. I think there's a lot of concern right now for everybody. It doesn't matter what state you're living in, whether you're a border state, which all states have really become border states, but it's the economy, it's the border. These are going to be the driving factors that bring people to the ballot box. And President Trump is going to fix all of it for us if he's given the chance. We were talking about election integrity not too long ago. In this state, I know that they have spent a lot of money in order to keep this vote nice and fair. As
Yeah,
you
this
can
is
see,
all of our Border Patrol friends here. They're all walking in with the khaki pants and the black shirts. There's so many of them here, probably at least 100 or so that have come out, part of the council here, and very well received, because people know the job that these guys have is very difficult, especially when they're being told not to do it.
And we have so much respect. If anybody joining us right now on the chat on any platform, X, whether it's Twitter, X, same thing there. Also Rumble, and we have a big following on YouTube. If you work for CPB, Customs Border Patrol, thank you for what you've done. We know your job has been incredibly hard. Thank you so much for the hard work that you've done to try to keep this country safe, with your one hand tied behind your back and the other one trying to fill out paperwork, signing in people as the bad guys are coming in behind.
Yeah, it's really a shame, and the job that these guys are tasked with to protect our borders, and to now not have borders of it's not a country in its current form. We need to make sure that President Trump on November 5th wins by a landslide. Right now, I've mentioned this several times today, Polymarket, a betting platform, has him up 10.5 points, 10.8 points, 10.8 on the chart here in favor of winning the election here on November 5th. So that's going to hold true. If anything is true, we can tell you that these crowds and the turnouts that you've seen in Coachella, here in Arizona, in Butler, there's so many people that are so enthusiastic, and so many people who are so eager to see President Trump get back into the White House, that there's just no way this man can lose.
Well, I mean, there is a way, and that's if things aren't done the right way. And so I think that we're all going to be well aware of that. I think that's part of the reason why President Trump continues to hold these rallies. Because let's face it, if it was Joe Biden and all of a sudden Joe Biden was up by, say 2 million ballots, nobody would believe it. Nobody would believe it. But Kamala Harris stepped in, which would make the possibility of someone coming in and doing something that wasn't right with the election less obvious. So I think that's part of the reason why President Trump keeps getting on out there, because he wants to show America, look at how many people come out to support me. There is no way this election, the popular vote, the Electoral College, is not going to President Donald J. Trump. I feel like that's part of his tactic, and I think it's so smart. On top of that, he also comes out here and he gets to hear firsthand from the people who matter so much to him, the American voters. And not just that, he's talking to these guys backstage. We heard Art Del Cueto say he's back there. I bet he just did a fantastic photo op with the CPB agents who have shown up here to meet him. I'm sure President Trump had a chance to thank them, which is so important. So I love the fact that he's on the ground, he talks to people, whereas we see Kamala Harris hobnobbing with celebrities. She's on Stephen Colbert pounding a Miller Lite, which, boy, if you're a Miller Lite drinker, I don't know how cool that is anymore.
Well, it's probably certainly better than Bud Light. But at this point, I would love to tell you that about our friends at William Glenn. At RSBN, we'd like to thank our newest sponsor, and those of you who love Christmas will love them. A big RSBN welcome to William Glenn and WilliamGlenn.com. For over 60 years, our friends at WilliamGlenn.com have been saying Merry Christmas, featuring thousands of incredible ornaments, Santas, nutcrackers, and Christmas Village buildings, and more. William Glenn started in California in 1963 and is still a family-owned company that now operates out of the great state of Texas. Shop online and browse the selection at WilliamGlenn.com. Plus, for a limited time, use code RSBN20 at WilliamGlenn.com to save an extra 20%. Plus, they will send you a free Trump glass Christmas ornament made right here in America. So take a moment and visit our new friends at WilliamGlenn.com, and let's all remember that President Trump wants to say Merry Christmas once again. Make Christmas great again with WilliamGlenn.com.
It always really got me. I worked for CBS, I worked for NBC, I worked for a lot of different news outlets, and there have been times when we were told to say Happy Holidays, and I'm not singling out those networks, but I have been told before to say Happy Holidays instead of Merry Christmas. That's wrong. Christmas is Christmas. Christmas is the celebration of Jesus' birthday. You need to be able to say Merry Christmas. Freedom of religion is on the ballot, as we know. And there's another Glenn. We were just talking about William Glenn, which is a great website to check out. But there was another Glenn on stage back there, and I don't know if you got as excited as me when he was on the stage. Glenn Beck. And how about his rousing speech talking about how he does believe that we are currently living in the end times. And evil is out there, and evil is all over the place. And we're fighting a battle of good and evil every single day. This whole election has put that on vivid display, and Glenn Beck is not afraid to stand up. You talk about Israel. They want to take away the idea of Israel as a nation. That's what Iran is trying to do. They want to wipe out Israel. They want to move back into that land, that holy, sacred land, and this is all prophesied in the Bible. So I don't know how deep your religion goes. I know a lot of people in the chat are big believers, but there's a lot of reason for us to think that at least the initial birthing pains have started. And I am somebody who wants Jesus to come back. He talks about it so much in the Bible. Over 1,000 times he talks about his return. Will it happen in our lifetime? I feel like maybe it's not that easy. You know, we're going to get out of here, and everybody else didn't get a chance to see the coming of Christ, but the second coming. But if it happens, these are the signs that are right there for us. It's time for us to do everything we can to fight against evil. And Glenn Beck is bold enough to talk about that, and I have the utmost respect for him for that reason.
Yeah, it was awesome to hear Glenn Beck speak. I mean, he's done so much, you know, and coming out here in Arizona to support President Trump, really just another major strong voice behind this MAGA movement.
Yeah, I loved what Eli Crane had to say as well. Eli Crane obviously is a very well-liked representative. He's done a lot. Every seat in the House of Representatives is up for grabs this election. And so we need to make sure that we're voting R all the way down the ballot. We also heard about some of the propositions. It's a good idea, if you haven't already voted, to get an early voting ballot, like a sample ballot. They probably sent one to you if you are eligible to vote. Check out all the initiatives. Look at what is on the ballot in your state very closely, because there are so many items that can get attached. And you want to make sure that you're voting for what's right. And when it comes to Republicans, the more power President Trump has is going to be dictated by how many people end up in the Senate, how many Republicans we end up having in the House of Representatives. A third of the Senate is up for grabs. And so you're helping President Trump by voting for Republicans all the way down the ballot.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the most important thing, and you know, I hear vote, and it's just get out and vote. Everybody up here had the same message, that you got to get out here and vote. You've got to bring your friends, your family, your community, get involved. There's still plenty of time. We still have 2.5 weeks left for the most important election in our lifetime, and it's up to you guys. And again, Christina mentioned it earlier, but again, I want to give a big shout out to everybody on YouTube and Twitter and Rumble and X for tuning in and checking out RSBN. We certainly couldn't do it without you guys. And as always, a huge shout out to our moderators. You guys deserve it. We know what you go through. I jump into the chat every moment that I can to see what's going on, and hopefully answer some questions or ask some questions that you guys are wanting to hear while we're out here on the ground. And so thank you guys, each and every one of you. I wish I could remember every single one of you by name, but I can't. But for right now, know from the bottom of our hearts here at RSBN, we appreciate everything that you guys do, and we appreciate you guys tuning into us at each and every one of these Donald Trump events.
We do. There's a big following, and you know, it's not about us. It's about RSBN. It's about the work that we're doing right here that they enable us to do. It's about President Donald J. Trump, and RSBN made a decision a long time ago, founder Joe Seals and his beautiful family, to invest in Donald J. Trump. He is a worthy investment. He has never been more worthy as an investment for our votes, for our time, for our attention. We need to raise our voices. We need to pray for him to win this election, because so much is on the line for the future of this country. You look at Kamala Harris, and she lacks foreign policy experience. She's never had a significant diplomatic role, ever. She never has any military experience, yet she's going to be the commander-in-chief of the United States military. She's going to be the one making the biggest decisions for our country. What if this war does escalate between Israel
Well, there's always Tim
Iran?
Walz. And,
oh, yeah.
you know, how'd that military experience go?
Yeah, no, Tim Walz as well. We know in the chat you guys like to talk about Tim Walz. Give us your best Tim Walz joke right now. give us your best Tim Walz name, and we'll go back and read him later and have a good chuckle, because he offers a lot of ammunition when it comes to to making fun of that knucklehead, right? You know, I think one of the problems that Kamala poses, and we saw that here, this is a big military state. A lot of military come to retire here. A lot of military come to just live here, even if they're going to continue on in the reserves. This is an area where they understand the importance of policies. Kamala Harris gets into a room with President Xi. If she can't even do a town hall without having her teleprompter, how is she going to conduct a serious interview with the major leaders of the world? President Xi, President Putin. It's a scary state of affairs. Shinzo Abe, obviously, he had a great relationship, the Prime Minister of Japan, with President Donald J. Trump. There's a lot that can be done between a good working relationship between Japan and the United States of America. But I can't see Kamala Harris being able to broker deals, being able to even have a serious conversation with some of these leaders that will dictate the future of where our products go, our exports. And President Trump, obviously, he's going to put tariffs on anybody who he doesn't see as a good fit for America, for American products. So we have to get him in there. I don't see Kamala being capable.
Well, I can tell you now, we're gonna step off here and get right to this.
Hello, Prescott. Hello, Arizona. We have a lot of very special guests here today, but I think we are all deeply, deeply honored to be joined by so many incredible patriots at the United States Border Patrol. For 4 years in the White House, I had the honor working alongside from the White House with these amazing patriots at Border Patrol who executed President Trump's agenda to seal the border shut, keep the illegals out, and keep America safe. Every day, those border agents were on the front lines, the men and women in green, fighting drug cartels, vicious killers, gang members, sex offenders, predators, and under Donald Trump, every single one of those criminals that they apprehended was kicked the hell out of the country. Thousands of lives were saved by those border agents implementing Donald Trump's agenda. But what happened in 2021? What happened? Kamala Harris eradicated every single Trump border policy that sealed the border shut. She not only annihilated our border, but she began using your tax dollars by the billions to smuggle, fly, bus, transport, and in every way possible, relocate illegal aliens en masse inside the United States. This wasn't just a case of not policing the border, of not protecting the border, of not defending the border. This was a case of using the federal government to sponsor, orchestrate, and direct the invasion. They would take illegal aliens and they would load them up into buses and move them into your communities. A government-sponsored invasion. And now, as a result of that invasion, thousands of Americans have been brutally attacked. Thousands of Americans have been viciously murdered. Thousands of mothers and fathers have lost their children. What kind of human being, what kind of person would do this to their own country and their fellow citizens? What kind of person would resettle millions of fighting-age men from 150 countries, unvetted, into our cities, knowing knowing with a certainty that they will rape and they will murder and they will kill innocents. We know the names of the victims. We know who Laken Riley is. We know who Rachel Morin is. We know who Jocelyn Nungary is. Amazing, beautiful souls murdered by illegal aliens that Kamala Harris let into this country. It is now your job and your duty, Arizona, to deliver justice for every one of these perished souls. It is now your responsibility and your duty to honor these sacred lives that were lost by sending back to the White House Donald J. Trump. In 23 days, you can right the most egregious wrong that has ever been perpetrated against our own people. A government that betrayed the lives and livelihoods of every single American family. I mean, again, just ask yourself at a fundamental human level. Take the story of Jocelyn Nungary, a 12-year-old, precious, extraordinary girl with her whole life ahead of her. 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela, from a vicious Venezuelan gang known as Tren de Aragua, set free by Kamala Harris into this country, and they kidnapped her, and they assaulted her, and they murdered her, a 12-year-old girl. Her killers let into our country, resettled in our country, freed into our country by Kamala Harris. That's not just wrong, that's evil, that's sinister, that's wicked. It is unforgivable. In 23 days, a righteous thunder of indignation of American voters by the millions will reverse these injustices, fire Kamala Harris, and send a leader, a patriot, a visionary, and a champion back to the White House named Donald J. Trump. And he will seal the border shut. He will send the illegal aliens home. He will kick out every single criminal gang, every criminal migrant, every trespasser into our communities. And he will stand shoulder to shoulder with the men and women of the United States Border Patrol in reclaiming America for the American people, for American children, American husbands, American wives, American dads, American citizens. Because this country, Arizona, it doesn't belong to illegal aliens. It doesn't belong to criminal migrants. It doesn't belong to foreign trespassers. This country, this republic, this civilization, it belongs to you. It is your inheritance. It is the birthright of your children, and it is up to you to defend it. So are you going to organize and mobilize and register so that we can send Donald Trump back to the Oval Office to restore the sovereignty of our territory and the freedom of our land? Can you commit to that, Arizona? Can you do the work, Arizona? Can you make America a safe, free, and sovereign nation once again? Thank you. God bless you. God bless Arizona, and God bless the citizens of this republic. Thank you.
This is a man's world.
To speak here at 2 p.m. locally, so we're getting down to the last 30 minutes before we get to see the hope of our nation live. Now, this is a good opportunity to share our appreciation with you from RSBN and to give you an opportunity to learn about some of the other things that we're doing and how you can get involved. Now, RSBN, as you probably know, we're dedicated. I mean, we are diehard Trump fans. We want to bring you this coverage, the most comprehensive coverage of President Donald J. Trump's campaign. So stay tuned, because we've got 23 days left just over 3 weeks before this election will be decided, and President Trump is ramping up his appearances in order to continue to bring you all that he can to make his message of hope and prosperity out to every corner of the country. So you can get in touch with us by going to rsbnnetwork.com/newsletter. That's a great way to stay informed on what we're doing. You can also donate, which we greatly appreciate, at rsbnetwork.com/donate. And every contribution, big or small, helps us continue to bring you the coverage of President Trump that you have learned to know. That quality coverage is coming from RSBN. You know when there's a Trump rally, this is your source. Every single donation helps, and we just want to thank you. Hit that notification bell, like, subscribe on X, on YouTube, on Rumble, and keep those comments coming because we really do appreciate everything that you do.
And I want to tell you again about that awesome Trump knife. Our sponsors at Patriot Addict just released another amazing product. Trump combat knives are in stock and ready to go. These are high-quality, custom-made combat knives. They make an amazing gift for any Trump lover. For a limited time right now, our sponsors are giving them out at 20% off, just to our RSBN viewers. Use code RSBN20 to save 20% off today. There's one bad news, though. They are only making a few hundred of these, and they are selling out quick. Once it sells out, that's it for 2024, and they won't be available until next year in 2025. So get yours while supplies last. Go to patriotaddictdeals.com. Use code RSBN20 to save 20% off at checkout. Again, that's patriotaddictdeals.com.
They are a fantastic sponsor. If you are looking for any sort of memorabilia, check out everything they have to offer at patriotaddictdeals.com. And you know what? When I saw this new sponsorship, I got really excited because a celebration of Christmas in this country is long overdue for all Americans to be able to say Merry Christmas without reservation, unabashedly say Merry Christmas. We should be able to, but we haven't been able to. President Trump will make Christmas great again, and we have a fantastic sponsor. Those of you who love Christmas like me, celebrating the birth of our Savior Jesus Christ, it's the most important day of the year for me. You're gonna love what they have to offer. They have a fantastic selection, and they're giving our viewers a discount, a significant savings. So they've unreservedly been saying Merry Christmas for over 60 years now. This is a company that knows what they're doing. They've been in business for a long time. Their shop, if you go to williamglenn.com, it features thousands of incredible Christmas ornaments, Santas, nutcrackers in all shapes and sizes, spectacular Christmas villages. William Glenn started in California. Then they got out of California, this family-owned company, but they started back in 1963, and they now operate out of the great state of Texas, the Lone Star State. You can shop online, browse the selection at williamglenn.com, and for a limited time, use that code RSBN20 at checkout to save 20%. And if you do so, they're going to send you a beautifully crafted glass Trump Christmas ornament, so make sure that you use that promo code. It's made right here in the USA, everything that they have to offer. Again, that's williamglenn.com. And let's all remember that President Trump wants to skip happy holidays and go straight to the Merry Christmas, making Christmas great again. We love him for that. Again, that's williamglenn.com. Don't forget to use the promo code RSBN20.
Well, more breaking news while Stephen Smith was speaking. Breaking news just came in yesterday out of Coachella Valley. A man was arrested outside a former President Trump rally outside a checkpoint in Riverside County. The man was charged with illegal possession of a shotgun, handgun with several high-capacity magazines, and he was also in possession of several versions of press passes to try and gain access to Coachella. Frem Miller, 49, of Las Vegas, was arrested and booked at the John J. Benoit Detention Center in Indio on charge of possessing a loaded firearms. Riverside County Sheriff's officials said in an official news release. So, again, another person trying to get into Coachella. Luckily, a checkpoint was established and set up, and all these weapons, high-capacity magazines, things like that, as well as, it hits close to home for us because he's got press passes. So, press, again, and that might have been, while we saw some increased security coming in here earlier for the press, this guy was coming in with, ready to go, loaded with weapons and several press passes to try and gain entry to the event.
It certainly boosts my confidence in the job that Secret Service is doing. And that's actually where I grew up, was in Riverside County, in a neighboring city of Indio, California, and Palm Desert, California. They know what they're doing down there as well. The law enforcement is very well equipped.
Sheriff Chad Bianco.
Yeah, so I'm really happy that it was the local law enforcement that were able to bust this guy. And you know what? I don't know if we can really count that as strike three, the third attempt that had to be taken down by Secret Service or local law enforcement, people who are trying to go after President Trump. They want to take his life. Do you know how scary that must be? But President Trump doesn't show any sort of fear. He is resilient. Every single time that they come after him, he gets back up stronger than ever before. This man is amazing. But I am really happy. I tip my hat to the law enforcement in Indio, in Riverside County, for being able to thwart that situation. And you know, press passes, they're very serious about letting us in here. That's just a little bit of an inside scoop for you. Being in the press, like, we have to go through everything. The dogs have to make sure that all of our equipment is good to go. They make sure that we have our identification, sometimes 2 forms. They are so good at their jobs, and we just want to thank the Trump team as well for keeping us all safe.
Yeah, absolutely. I can tell you, I mean, with tens and tens of thousands of people outside, the job that Secret Service has of protecting this event, protecting President Trump, is monumental. And there's several checkpoints outside. We have our friends at Colorado Security that are constantly patrolling all over, looking for things that necessarily wouldn't fit here at a Trump rally. They do a phenomenal job, right up until the point where, you know, we get our press passes, where we go through the metal detectors, we go through EOD, which is the bomb sniffing dogs. We go through so many layers of security, and that's a testament to Secret Service, what they do, the Trump team, and everything that they do to keep President Trump, as well as all of his supporters and us, the press, safe.
Absolutely. And to the tune of Unchained Melody, I believe that's what this is, I want to go ahead and tell you about Angel Paste. I think this is the perfect heavenly music to tell you about Angel Paste Cream, because it can transform the health of your skin, naturally allowing you to put your best face forward. And the best part is, if you're somebody who's a little bit skeptical about all the chemicals that go into some of our products, creams for example, this has absolutely no chemicals. And they've gained massive popularity because their products thoroughly hydrate your skin without leaving your skin feeling greasy in any way. That means your makeup can go on right on top of it without any problems. It's made in the USA, in Spring, Texas, which is located just outside of Houston. Angel Paste believes in America first. They believe in hiring veterans and take pride in doing so. It's unlike any other cream on the market. And customers say they've reported younger looking skin. Who doesn't want that? Lightening of age spots. That will help everybody as well, especially if you spend a lot of time in the sun. It's even reported to heal burns and bruises. You can get this miracle cream that everybody is talking about. Your skin will drink it right up. Just go to angelpaste.com, use the promo code RSBN to get 10% off your order. That's angelpaste.com with that promo code RSBN.
You know, and I'll tell you, I'm dying. I'm so tired right now. I could certainly use a coffee. I wish I had Americano coffee here. But if you are fed up with companies that don't share your values, stop paying $6 or more for crappy commercial coffee like Starbucks. It's gross. From companies that hate you and hate America, support a coffee company that loves America and loves President Trump. It's woke-free and 100% American. From the tropical islands of Hawaii and roasted in small batches in the free state of Florida, just like our 45th and soon-to-be 47th president, Trump Gold Blend is luxurious, rich, bold, and strong. Americano Coffee Company has coffee for everyone. From the Trump Black Dark Roast to the Let's Go Brandon Light Roast, there's perfect coffee for every patriot. For a limited time, RSBN viewers can save 10% on their entire order. Visit americanocoffee.com for the most delicious, well-balanced, and smooth specialty coffee in the world. Stay awake, not woke. I love that. I love that saying. I love it.
I do too. You can go get a cup of coffee, you know? We don't want you to be struggling over here.
My gosh. You know, it's like I'm getting up, go to the gym, try and stay healthy, all this traveling. It's like, you know, it takes its toll on you. But, you know, we're here. We're doing it for you. We're doing it for President Trump. And, you know, it's our job. It's our duty to bring these events live to you, tell you what's going on, show you what's going on, be part of the action, and just get people fired up for President Trump, for making America great again, for his America First stance and his common sense policies.
I know you're like me and very grateful for every opportunity that we get to be here, to be a part of this movement, to be a part really of history. And that goes for you joining us as well. You are very much so a part of history. What we try to do at RSBN is bring you right into the room. We want to bring you right into the room where Trump is speaking, give you an opportunity to hear this unedited coverage. We don't cut in like you'll find on other networks. We air everything in its entirety, which is why we get a chance to really get out here and talk to you, the viewers. And we do go back and read the comments. We do appreciate everything that you have to say and your input as well. Today, I do believe President Trump's going to spend a lot of time talking about the invasion from within, our wide open border, and the fact that nothing to this day has been done to stop it, to close it. Kamala Harris, the border czar, she has President Biden right there. She could have him close the border today if she wanted to. She's not going to, and my thinking is not only is she going to grant amnesty to the 20 to 25 million new Americans, illegal immigrants, I believe that she's also going to keep the border open because it's being used. As we heard before, it was orchestrated by our government, and I think that they're going to possibly use this as a way to change our districting in Republican districts. If they can get a whole bunch of people in, they could change the districting of Republican seats. This could change our elections not just in this particular cycle, but for years and years to come, possibly forever.
Yeah, well, I mean, it certainly seems that way, the way that they're strategically depositing migrants into these certain areas and busing them in. It goes down to where it's not just border cities that are being affected now, because this administration is secretly busing people in and strategically placing people in places that would benefit them when it comes to elections. So we've seen this, we know it's happening, we know about the secret migrant flights, we know about all this that's going on. And one thing is that obviously we know that the borders can be closed, but President Biden and Harris and Vice President Harris seem to be at odds, like we were talking about earlier. So there's a real clash of if anything is getting done. We still have no idea. Ron DeSantis obviously praising President Biden for what he's been doing, while Kamala Harris has been trying to, get a foot in the door and claim some sort of accolade for the response to this hurricane, which is either way has been horrendous, but trying to really get a foot in the door and trying to get her face out there and attach it to some sort of recovery effort, which at this point is stymieing all efforts because there's just this lack of leadership, unless when you talk about Ron DeSantis, which is a fantastic leader, a really great governor for Florida and for the voice of the people there. And North Carolina still reeling from this. And we want to make sure that, again, when I mentioned getting out and vote, I say this time and time again, get out and vote, because you never know what's going to happen. You might wake up in the morning, you're going to go vote, you have a flat tire, all of a sudden now you can't be late to work. So if you can get out and you can vote early, get out and vote early. Bring your friends with you, bring your family with you, make it a whole day thing, whatever you need to do. Even if you wait until election day because it's traditional, do that, but bring as many people as you can. Make sure that there's no obstacles. Make sure that everyone is free and clear and ready to go, and you guys have a plan, because that's going to be what's most important to make sure that we get this done for President Trump and we take this country back and American citizens can live in a free, fair America once again.
Which is something that we want not just for ourselves, but for our children as well. Yeah, she really blew it when it came to the recovery efforts of Hurricane Helene in western North Carolina. A lot of people still there without power. Now a lot of people, I heard the latest numbers earlier today, over 1 million people still without power in Florida from Hurricane Milton. So after she failed the first time, she tried to then step in and pretend like she was a leader, and Ron DeSantis was not having it.
Shut it down.
Now Ron DeSantis is helping out his people. He's actually offering free gasoline, which is something I've never heard of a governor doing before. In fact, residents in the state are getting 10 gallons of free gas. So he is such a good, strong leader and a former JAG. He's an attorney. He knows what he's doing, the military man. He knows how to act in a crisis, to get things done quickly. Kamala Harris doesn't have any of that experience. Now, if you're confident enough, and I hope that you are, to bet money that Donald J. Trump will win, I think I'm getting there. I've got a little bit of skepticism because we don't know how the integrity is going to be upheld of the election, but I'm getting there. I'm ready to place my bets. If you are already there, you can actually bet money on Donald J. Trump winning this race. And we want you to check out how and learn more on an app from our friends at Kalshi. Now, Kalshi offers the first legal exchange where you can trade on real events, and for the first time in over 100 years, they were approved to list markets for the upcoming election. Yep, I said it. It's now legal to trade on the election in the United States. You can trade on who will win the presidency, control the House, the Senate, swing states as well. Now, if you don't want to trade, you can check out the live odds just to see who's winning, where people are putting their mouth. They want to put their money where their mouth is, and you can find out who is leading in all of these polls on Kalshi by visiting kalshi.com/RSBN. It is the first regulated marketplace of its kind. Election markets, they're live right now. I'm so proud to have them as a sponsor. I love how bold they are in favor of President Trump. Last I checked on their website, President Trump was up by a large margin. And no matter what, this is valuable data, both literally and figuratively. Check them out at kalshi.com/RSBN to learn more. And thank you to Kalshi for joining the team of our wonderful sponsors.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome, man. I can't wait to see all the bets that are going to be taken from state to state, who's going to win what. It's a really exciting time. This just adds a whole nother layer of excitement and enthusiasm to the election, where now you can actually put your money where your mouth is and bet. Right now, and you mentioned election integrity, I believe election integrity now, at least on the Republican side, is at unprecedented, at numbers that we've never seen. We have so many people that are coming out in force that want to be there to poll workers that are looking to make sure everything is what it is. There's not just random bags brought in from a Cadillac Seville as he drives off into the night. We want to make sure that this is a free election, a fair election, and we want to make sure that the person who's supposed to win this election, President Trump, wins the election and wins it in the right way. So we know what we've seen in the past. There's been a lot of interference in the past with elections. There's been a lot of questionable things that have happened, depending on who you ask, of course, but there's been a lot of questionable things that have happened that really call into question how the integrity has been for these past elections and these last ballots and everything else. I think right now we're at a really strong place. The RNC has been putting everything they've got into making sure that this election stays fair. And most importantly, President Trump says it every single day that we see him, we want to make it too big to rig. Let's see what's going on here, and looks like we have some more special guests coming in. This place is packed. I mean, it's a star-studded lineup that you've seen already. We're waiting right now on the man himself, who should be here in the next few minutes or so. President Trump expected to speak at 2 p.m. So I think it's going to be another amazing rally. I know the people are fired up here. We're going to hear more about Border Patrol, what President Trump plans to do. We've heard about Operation Aurora, where he's going to just get these people out of here. Tren de Agua, a huge problem not only in Colorado, but now we've confirmed that they are here in Arizona. And these gangs, they could be coming to a town near you. You truly don't know where they go, because J.D. Vance did an interview earlier today where the interviewer, I forget what network it was, said that, well, they've only taken over a few places. And he's like, are you hearing yourself? Just because they've taken over a few, like that's a problem. This is American people that are being kicked out of their homes or being forced to pay a gang. Like, that's a problem. Whether it was one or a few, it's a problem either way.
It's a huge problem. And just a little background on Tren de Aragua, the gang itself actually originated in a Venezuelan prison. So these are guys who are all getting together and networking in prison. They were let out of the prisons. President Trump has said that he believes it's because they wanted to get rid of them in Venezuela. And so now they're here. They're all connected. They're all operating simultaneously. And one of the big things that they talk about, this gang, is how they want to go after our American law enforcement. So they are scary. This is a scary group of people. I mean, I know you've got a daughter. As a woman myself, and for your wife's safety, I mean, I'm a lot more concerned, especially coming here just to Arizona.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot more fear out there, knowing that there are, 425,000 convicted criminals that have been allowed to come in to our country.
It's a really very scary time. Like you mentioned, I actually have two daughters and a young son, a 21-year-old, an 11-year-old daughter, and a 9-year-old son, plus my wife. And anytime they go out, I'm one of those guys where if I hear sirens or something, I get immediately scared because it's my family, it's my life, it's all that I have. And so, you know, that stuff affects me. But I always hear on the news, whether it's in Las Vegas where I am or in California, you know, a random person was attacked leaving a Target parking lot or a Walmart parking lot. And a lot of these times now it's so brazen, it's during the day. You know, they're taking pocketbooks, they're holding people up by knives, they're hitting people, whatever it may be. So my wife, when she's out by herself or with the kids, she's an easy target. While she's a very tough woman, I beg her, please get a firearm. Carry something, whether it's pepper spray, a firearm, a baton, a taser, anything. It's just an extra layer. And she's like, it's not going to be me. And I hope and pray to God that it never is her. But this is the world we live in now, where us as men have to be worried about women. We have to be worried about our children. We have to be worried about every move because we don't know when and where it's going to come from, which is why it's so important to stay ready.
At all times, head on a swivel, as they say in the military. You know, Americans cannot afford 4 years of Kamala Harris because it's basically just an extension of the 4 years that we just experienced with Joe Biden, the wide open border, the poor economic choices, the wasted government spending on the Green New Deal. We cannot afford it. If you care about American prosperity, if you care about safety, if you care about law and order, you're going to vote for President Donald J. Trump. If you care about the livelihoods and the lives, the very lives of your family, you're going to vote for Donald J. Trump. There's just no question about it. And that's my message for the trolls. A lot of trolls like to hop on our chat. Yeah, we don't really care about what they say. But if you're listening to me, I hope that you understand what's on the line here, trolls. I hope you understand that we need to vote for Donald J. Trump. And it's not just because of personalities. This is much more than that. This is the future of our country and the country that we leave to our children and our grandchildren.
Well, the country is more divided now than ever, and it's not racism that's dividing our country.
No, not at all.
It's politics, and the left has done such a phenomenal job at dividing our country that it's quite astonishing how much they've been able to divide it. Whether it's men and women's sports, whether it's gender politics, whatever it may be, they've really gone out of their way to push this ideology that has truly divided the country in a way that we've never seen before. I talk about it all the time. My son wore a MAGA hat to school. One of his friends, because his mother was a Kamala supporter, said about, if you see anything, you say anything, and he took my son's hat off. My son is at 9 years old. He's very well versed in jiu-jitsu, but this is his best friend. This is his best friend, and took his hat off, threw it on the ground, drew on his hat, all because the kid's mom likes Kamala, and God knows what the kids are being told by their parents. And you're seeing stuff like this in schools. They have furries in school. My daughter told me the other day that kids are unfortunately urinating on the floor because they identify as a cat or a dog or whatever it may be. And this is being allowed in the schools. This is unbelievable. And
that's where I draw the line right there.
Well, it's
Pull
really
my
just.
kid out.
But this is what the country is coming to, where this kind of behavior is accepted. I can't imagine this happening back in 1994 or even the early 2000s. You'd be ousted. You'd be suspended. Yep. Now you're applauded. You're given a place to do this. It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. I mean, I never thought that I would see men and women's sports. That alone is something that should make a lot of people question the Democrat Party in general. As far back as the Roman Empire, gold and silver coins have been used as a means of storing wealth during times of financial crisis, similar to what we're experiencing here in this country today at the hands of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Well, although the world has advanced, this ancient principle of storing precious metals to hold on to your wealth, it still exists. It's very much so alive today. Gold has hit record highs over the last several months. Now, with looming uncertainty about the future of the U.S. dollar and the growing probability of another inflation surge, Birch Gold wants to ensure you that you can have confidence in your financial future. And there's never been a better time to purchase precious metals than right now. You can diversify your portfolio, hedge against inflation all at once. We work hard in America, and the money that we earn needs to be protected. Birch Gold can help you select the precious metals that are right for you. They'll take the time that you need. Just text Trump to 989898. Find out why Birch Gold Group has been in office, celebrated by their customers since 2003. Over 20 years in business. And if you're on the fence about precious metals, just give them a call. Again, text 989898, the word Trump, to 989898. And for a limited time, when you make a purchase, they're giving away free Trump silver coins. These unique collectibles, they depict President Trump defiantly raising his fist after the attempt on his life. Don't miss your chance to get this one-of-a-kind piece of history. You probably realize at this point, 23 days away from the election, time is running out. Make sure that you get your Trump silver coin if you have been thinking at all about investing in precious metals. Again, that's Trump to the number 989898. Everybody keeps cheering in this corner over here. We have Sheriff Joe Arpaio. We heard from Brandon Judd earlier. He's the former leader of the Customs and Border Patrol. He was fantastic. He's sitting in this corner as well. But I think everybody in this community is continuing to cheer and get riled up every time they see Sheriff Arpaio stand up, because the reason why we had safe borders, he was working together with President Donald J. Trump. He was working together in order to keep the border safe here. And he was a man who people feared. And that's why our border was under control. It's a completely different story this day and age. The cartels don't fear us, working in cahoots with China, letting that fentanyl come right into this country. In fact, they're working together. Chinese money smugglers or launderers are helping the smugglers. I keep wanting to turn around because they're doing the wave over here.
Yeah, people are doing the wave. People are anxious to be on camera. We've got cameras everywhere, so every time the cameras move, everyone's just jumping up and showing their support. It's a very electric crowd, a very vocal crowd for sure. People are extremely excited, as you can see. People coming in, and there's just a stream of people coming in right now that people are excited to see as we continue. As I'm sure you're seeing from our other camera angle, the amount of excitement and enthusiasm that's going on. But before we go any further, the world is on edge. Natural disasters, economic turmoil, election chaos, and health threats are hitting us from every angle. Meanwhile, our government is sending money overseas instead of protecting its own citizens. And with whispers of another pandemic coming, waiting for the system to step in is a very dangerous gamble. You can't afford to be unprepared. That's why I'm excited to tell you about the Wellness Company's Contagion Emergency Kit, designed by Dr. Peter McCullough. It's packed with essential medications like ivermectin, hydrochloroquine, budesonide, and even a nebulizer, perfect for treating respiratory illness as flu season approaches. We've seen drug shortages and pharmacies turning people away. Don't risk being told no when your family's health is on the line. The Contagion Emergency Kit gives you the control. No red tape, no delays. Visit MakeCareGreatAgain.com and use code RSBN and save up to 60% off with free shipping. That's MakeCareGreatAgain.com and use code RSBN for up to 60% off with free shipping right now. Man, this crowd is going crazy, and it's all around us. It's in this stereo as it just circles us. It's pretty awesome. I've never seen that before, but usually it's back and forth. But as you can see, I'm sure our other camera operator is just, our camera operator is making the crowd go crazy. Every time he moves the camera, the crowd goes great. So cheers to our camera operator Mason over there, who's just really firing up the crowd. This is it. This is a Donald Trump rally. It's all about the fun. It's all about the love. It's all about the unity. It's all about the message. Make America great again. It's one thing you're not hearing from the other side. There's never any talk about what they're going to do for Americans. They're offering $50,000 for new businesses. But what about the thousands of small businesses that are failing, that are going under, that are being destroyed by the economy? Now Kamala Harris wants to give $50,000 to new businesses. It's an absolutely atrocious plan. We have no idea where she's going to get the money from. Yesterday at Coachella, we heard Grant Cardone speaking, a real estate investor, motivational speaker, talking about how she's going to give $25,000 to first-time home buyers. And as a real estate investor, all he's going to do is raise the prices, $25,000 to all of his properties, because that's what people are going to do. If you're going to get a free $25,000, well, we're just going to raise the price $25,000. So Kamala Harris, this is the only thing that she's talked about. She still hasn't given answers. She's got terrible policies, terrible plans, and it just continues day in and day out. We're not getting anywhere with her. She needs to pack it up, go home, hand this victory to Donald J. Trump.
We hope that he has a victory. She's still in it. She still thinks she's got a chance, trying to act as presidential as she possibly can. You know, something that's so interesting about this crowd is at one point they were cheering for each other. That is what this movement is about. You have people who support Trump coming here from all over the place with one unified message. Kamala Harris tries to act like she's going to unify this country. She's not. She can't. She can't even connect with the American public. But you know who can? They're saying his name. They're saying his name over and over again live in this rally right now. And you can see we're getting closer and closer. People are watching their clocks. It's now 2:03 local time. So they know it's going to be moments. And as soon as he comes out, we're going to get the heck out of here and make sure that you can see the champion of this country, the hope of this nation, the only man that we can count on to get us out of this economic turmoil and close the border right now and save this country that we are all so proud to call home.
I mean, this place is 13,000 seats, plus we have standing room behind us. And I can tell you that every single person here is just on fire, ready to see Donald Trump. This place is electric. You hear the chants. Trump is expected to speak any moment now, and these people are fired up. There's not an empty seat in the house. I'm looking into the rafters. I'm looking at all the box seats. Everything is filled 100%. So we're getting close. The moment's almost here. President Trump, this is going to be one hell of a rally with so much excitement, so many faces here, so many people in the crowd, so many well-known people out here in support of President Trump today. This is going to be one exciting rally here with President Trump.
Absolutely. I think it already is. This is one of the most excited crowds I've had a chance to witness. And they're excited, not just here, they were excited outside. Many people have been standing in line for hours. Finally, they got in, took a seat. Now they've been waiting for hours. But it's not like it's a burden. It's not something that they'd rather be somewhere else. This is exactly where we all want to be at this very moment in history, this inflection point for our country, this make or break election that will determine the outcome of the greatest country in the world. When you think of the fact that only 4.5% of the world's population is here in America, we are so blessed to have been born on this sacred soil, this fertile soil that allows our farmers to grow crops like no other country. And beneath those crops, beneath that soil, we have oil reserves that we can tap into, and President Trump has already made it clear he's ready to use that oil beneath our feet to help us get out of this economic turmoil. And when you talk about how far technology has come, if you are somebody who's concerned about the climate, just think about the fact that hybrids have come so far. We are going to be okay. Climate crisis was presented to be something much, much worse than it's actually manifested to be. So I can tell you right now, when it all comes down to it, we had to watch those movies. We had to hear from a lot of people who said, you know, the sea level was going to come way up by now. It hasn't. You know, this hurricane season, we had 2 really strong storms recently, but when you look at the overall hurricane season, it wasn't that bad in comparison to years past. We typically see 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 major hurricanes, category 3 or bigger, make landfall. All right, it's time.
Let's step aside and listen to President Trump here.
Growth like we've never seen before. We developed the greatest economy in history by far. When I left office, it changed. Inflation destroyed the lives of so many people. Interest rates went from 2% to 10%. Millions of illegal immigrants, traffickers, and drugs coming into our country. Our country has gone to hell. So I made a decision to run. We're going to make America great again, greater than ever before. I will fight for you with every breath, and I will never let you down. I'm gonna fight like a G, and all go see, and if I can, I'm gonna
President Trump is literally putting his life on the line, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country.
He is strong, he is fearless, and he is what this country needs right now.
Our cities will be safe, our streets will be clean, and our border will be secure.
We can't allow our country to be destroyed by politicians who will put their own power ahead of the interests of the American people, our freedom, and our future.
The left told me to hate Trump. When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth. American families were better when Donald Trump was president. We were safer, wealthier, and stronger.
So if you love this country, if you want to stand up and fight for the future of our nation, you must re-elect Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Mark Green.
Hello, Arizona. Are y'all ready to hear from Donald Trump? You know, our founders built our Constitution to point to one word: freedom. Freedom. And Kamala Harris and her socialist cronies want authoritarianism. And they're going to get it by chaos. They want to create chaos. And you have nowhere else to go but our southern border to see the evidence of that chaos right now. And that chaos has metastasized all across this country. I serve as the chairman of Homeland Security. I impeached Alejandro Mayorkas. He has tied, and Kamala Harris, who President Biden appointed to be the border czar, no matter what the media says, he gave her that job. How's she doing, Arizona? 12 million immigrants, 2 million unknown people, and we know they came in, but we don't know who they are. Hundreds of thousands dead to fentanyl. Thousands of children lost. Story after story of rape and murder. Again, I ask you, how's Kamala Harris doing on the border, Arizona? Donald J. Trump secured our border. Migrant protection protocols remain in Mexico. 500 miles of border wall. Well, there's about 1,500 miles left to go. We need this man back as President of the United States. Nobody. This president loves this country more than he loves his life. I give you the former and the next President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. And a very big hello, Arizona. We love you, Arizona. Thank you. I'm thrilled to be back in this beautiful state with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots. That's you. You are hardworking and you are patriots. Early voting by mail. We're finally there. Take back our country. Early voting by mail and in person opened in Arizona earlier this week. So if you have a ballot, return it immediately. And if not, go vote. Get your you-know-what up and vote. The minute the polls open tomorrow, you'll be there. And get everyone you know, because we want to take back our country. We're going to take back our country. And with your help, 23 days from now, can you believe it? We're going to win Arizona, and we are going to defeat Kamala. Shouldn't be running. She shouldn't even be running. She didn't get any votes. Say what you want about Biden. I'm not a fan of Biden. I'm no fan. Nobody's a fan of Biden. But you know what? He got 14 million votes. She got none. I'm the only one that has to beat two people, not one. You know, everyone else. Historically in history, you've got to beat one, I got to beat two. They never make it easy for us, but she's going to be easy. I have a feeling that he would have been tougher than her. But we're going to usher in a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. What Kamala and her radical left cronies have done to the state of Arizona is a crime that can never be forgiven. What they've done to us and what they've done to us on the border can never be forgiven. For 4 straight years, she's imported an army of illegal alien gang members and migrant criminals from the dungeons all over the world. Not South America, all over the world they come. From prisons and jails, insane asylums, mental institutions, from Venezuela, from the Congo, all over. And she's resettled them into your communities to prey upon innocent American people. If Kamala gets 4 more years, the entire country will be turned into a migrant camp, and that's what's happening. Millions and millions of people. When I win on November 5th, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. One of the deadliest and most vicious migrant gangs that Kamala has imported into our country is the savage Venezuelan prison gang known as Tren de Aragua. It's a vicious gang. Well, we have them all. We have them all. They're all represented now. MS-13, vicious, they're all vicious. We'll have a contest. Who's the most vicious? We'll figure it out. Because they're all in our country now. People we never had in our country like this. Remember when she went around saying, no, the migrants that come in are very nice people. No, they're not nice people. No, we're not getting the nice ones. We're getting people that levels of crime and violence and viciousness like you've never seen before. They make our criminals look like nice people. They look like nice people. These people know it better than anybody. Border Patrol. Border Patrol. They're the greatest people. The best people. And they want to do their job. They don't want to be held back. They want to do their job. They'll do it. They'll end it immediately. All we have to say is, Do it, right? Do it. One call. Do it. You know, I listened to her saying all the time, we couldn't get a bill passed. I never had a bill. You know what I did? I called them up. I said, close the border. There was no bill. Did I have a bill? I never had a bill. Right? I said, close the border, and the border was closed. And then we had the best numbers in the history of our country at the border. And that included, by the way, drugs. And it included traffickers, women, mostly they deal in women. Let me see the chart, my all-time favorite chart, by the way. See if you can drop it down. I didn't tell him I was going to. Perfect. See, that location would not have worked. You understand that? I would have turned too far. When it was over there, it was perfect. But you see the arrow on the bottom? That's the day I left office. That was the lowest number we ever had in the recorded history of our country. So, yeah, you'll sit down. Sit down. See, I got him to sit down, right? I could see this handsome guy. He's going crazy. Well, they're front row Joes, you know. We got to be careful with those front row Joes. But no, that's the best number that we've had. And look what happened afterwards. It was like an explosion, like a rocket, like Elon's rocket. Did you see the way that sucker landed today? What was it? I looked at it and I said, oh, that's too bad. Oh, that's too bad. It's coming down so fast. I said, oh, because he's our friend. We want our friends to be successful, and he's really been our friend, right? So Elon's rocket's coming down. And I saw where the engines came down. That was the first. A couple of years ago, I saw engines come down. I said, that was great. I said, why do you do that? He said, engines are very expensive. We can save them with certain formulas. He's given me these formulas. I'm saying, forget it. You don't have to be that specific. And now the whole thing landed. I never saw anything like it. And it's been through a lot. You know, you look at it. It was a beautiful, white, shiny thing. Now it's burned to a crisp. But they landed. It needs only a new paint job. That's a lot cheaper than building a new one, right? But that was coming down. I looked at it this morning. I said, look at that. Oh, no. That's terrible because it was coming down so fast. And all of a sudden, boom. And it's like got this much on his side. We're going to have to get Elon to explain that. But another time. First, we have to get elected, right? Okay? But he's on our side. He's on our side. You know where he is today? He's in Pennsylvania campaigning for us. Not me, for us. Can you believe it? And he's a great guy. He endorsed us. That was a great endorsement. We had Bobby Kennedy. We have so many great endorsements. Tulsi, great. Tulsi Gabbard. We have so many endorsements. We have endorsements. I could stand here and read them all night long. You know, we had endorsements, the 300 biggest people, plus biggest people in the administration, national security people. Robert O'Brien is the one that I think really led the charge. Robert's around here someplace. But he had 300 plus, the biggest people in government, even from other administrations. They said Trump's the greatest president, Trump's the greatest for security, which is true. Which is true. And I said, this is a big story. Wow, this is a great story. I love it. And they put it out, and the fake news didn't pick it up. They don't. If we have one sleazebag against because I fired him, you know, the only ones, they always go, whenever you fire somebody, they always go against you. But one sleazebag because I fired him, they make it front page news. When I get 319 of the top people in the country, in the world, some of these people, some names in there you wouldn't even believe. I mean, I don't want to get personal, but there were some names in there you would be surprised at, frankly, because I had my little spats. But I appreciate it. No, it showed that there's a certain love of a country when they do that. I really mean it. And Robert, I want to thank you and Rick Grinnell and all the people, because that was beautiful. But when I saw that list of the best names, the biggest names in national security and security generally and law enforcement, I said, this is a big story. Well, that's great. And I looked up the next day, I looked at the newspaper. Didn't make page 1. This, 2, 3, 4. It never made the newspaper. But that's the way they treat us. And we're leading in the polls. How come you're leading in the polls and you can't? How the hell does that work? How does that work? How does that work? But you know why? Because the people are very smart. I found out that people are very smart. But you've been reading this because this has been a big one in Aurora, Colorado. You have a very weak governor. He's totally beside himself. He's a radical left Democrat. He used to come into the White House. He was so nice. Sir, yes, sir, you're doing a great job as president, sir. And now he says only bad. You know, that's the way it goes. It's a tough business. It's a nasty business. But in Aurora, Colorado, and communities in all 50 states, this Venezuelan gang is terrorizing law-abiding citizens, including taking over the multiple apartment complexes. And let's take a little look at them. They're not nice. You see, that's
Video shows a group of men walking up a stairwell at the Edgett Lowry apartment complex in Aurora. All of them appear to be carrying rifles and handguns, and the video shot earlier this month. One of the men can be seen talking on a cell phone. They all then gather around a door and go in. Another video clip shows men forcing a door open.
This is a picture of gang members breaking into a vacant apartment so they could move a Venezuelan family in and then collect rent. This is our business plan, one gang member told a housekeeper. If he, the property manager, doesn't like it, we'll fill him with bullets.
Police in the region say a Venezuelan gang known as Tren de Aragua has victimized thousands through extortion, drug and human trafficking, kidnapping, and murder. Alvaro Boza, a former Venezuelan police officer now living in Florida, says he fled his country in large part because the gang had become so powerful they could kill law enforcement like him with impunity. Boza says a fellow police officer who refused to cooperate with the gang was shot 50 times. Now, U.S. law enforcement, including Customs and Border Protection and the FBI, say the gang has made their way into the country.
They have followed the migration paths across South America to other countries and have set up criminal groups throughout South America as they follow those paths.
We tried reaching out to the resources, but they told us since it wasn't actually a condemned building, we would have to wait until that was the issue, but we didn't want to wait for that.
We went out to some of Chicago's most violent neighborhoods to meet with current and former gang members who tell us that TDA first showed up when the city opened up migrant shelters in these areas, and that now the Venezuelans are trying to move in.
The city nonprofits have lined up to help the migrants that have come here, but nobody is helping the American citizens, the residents that are trapped.
They told us that they really couldn't do anything unless something happened. It is not by any means an isolated occurrence, unfortunately. I called 911, no help comes from me. No help. We were on our own and we were left to die.
As far as local law enforcement, I believe at this point that this is far beyond any one local law enforcement agency taking this on, and we need our state and federal partners to step in at this point.
Is this something that you need to take more seriously?
Nice fellas. No, they're in the real estate business. They take over apartments. I do too. I use financing. They use guns. Big guns, like better than our military has. Where do they get those guns? So we're now known all throughout the world as an occupied country. Can you believe it? They said, one of the papers said on another country that we are an occupied country. And you know what? They're not that wrong. But these gentlemen will unoccupy us very quickly. It's really no different than if we had a war and lost a war. But to everyone here in Arizona and all across the land, I make this pledge. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. It's going to be Liberation Day. It's going to happen so fast. you very much. And under Kamala Harris, 13,099 illegal alien convicted murderers are roaming free in the United States, and 425,000 convicted migrant criminals are right now in the United States. But of them, think of this, of them, 13,099 are murderers, some of many murders, some scheduled for the life they were going to die very shortly. And they said, let's just give them to the United States. What the hell do we have to do the death sentence for? And they're in our country right now. And these are very tough, very dangerous people. They were there for a reason. But think of it, many of them committed more than one murder, and we have them now because we're stupid. We have stupid leaders, and we're getting rid of these stupid leaders. We can't have another 4 years where we have stupid, incompetent leaders. So I will rescue Arizona and every town across America that has been invaded and conquered. They've been conquered. They're conquering the towns. And you know, our governors and our mayors, and you know, a lot of people can't blame them. I can't blame them. They don't want to bring it up. Two reasons. Number one, they are scared. They're very scared. Some of them are very scared. The governor of Colorado is scared. Radical left Democrat. If he was a Republican, I wouldn't say that. Even if he was scared, I wouldn't say. No, but he's got a right to be, in all fairness. But you know where they are? All the towns across America, they fly them in now. They fly them in beautiful big Boeing planes. They fly them in. They land in the Midwest. They land all over the place. So it's not just here. They fly them right over the top of the border. They tried to get away with one. 3 months ago, they were getting killed in the polls. So Kamala, I don't use the name Harris because nobody knows who Harris is. I say Harris. Everyone said, who the hell is Harris? I don't know what it is with that name, but it doesn't catch on. Can you believe Kamala catches on better than Harris? Who would believe this? But Kamala was flying them in, and she didn't want to tell anybody. She wanted to keep it secret, but we saw planes all over the place. They're flying them in by the hundreds of thousands, and they don't have to report that. They don't have to report it. These people are sick, and we're going to stop it. We'll put these vicious and bloodthirsty, and that's what they are. They're bloodthirsty criminals. We'll put them in jail. We will get them out of our country. We'll get them out fast. In Texas last year, an illegal alien released into the United States by Kamala was charged for sexually assaulting, strangling, and murdering a 12-year-old girl. You read that one. That was one of many, but one of many. There's so many now. Before stuffing her body in a trash bag and leaving it under her bed for her mother to find. Can you believe this? Under her bed for her mother to find. Last September, these are animals. Last September, an illegal alien criminal with 9 prior deportations and many prior arrests shot and killed a man in his pickup truck before repeatedly firing at police officers. And you know what? If I headed up any one of the countries we're talking about, I would have done the same thing. I would have done it even faster. Because who the hell can blame them? Who can blame them? In Venezuela, their crime is down 72% because they've taken the street criminals, they've taken the drug dealers and the drug lords, they've taken all of these people and they've busted them into the United States, and their crime is down now 72%, and it'll go still further because they haven't gotten them all out. But they're coming, and they've taken their prisons, and their prisons are way down, lowest number they've had in many, many decades, because they've moved all of their prisoners, and these are hardened people. They know better than anybody who they are. They know who they are without knowing who they are. And I will tell you something, what they've done to our country, they've emptied out their jails and prisons of the toughest people anywhere in the world, and they dumped them into our country. And we're not going to take it. We're not going to take it. We're going to get rid of these people that allowed this to happen. We're going to get rid of Kamala and Joe. My message to the American people is very simple. No person who has inflicted the violence and terror that so-called border czar, she doesn't want that name anymore. She said, I'm not the border czar. Well, she was, but it doesn't matter if you call her border czar. She was in charge of the border, so call her whatever you want. She doesn't know anything. She can't answer the simplest question. She goes on these shows, and they're softball after softball, and ends up in a scandal every time she opens her mouth. You know, we had 4 years of that. We had 4 years of that. And, you know, in his case, he developed. She was born that way. And it's violence and terror that Baltazar Harris has unleashed on our country can never be allowed to become the president of the United States. Our country can't tackle it. Anyone who would import criminal gangs to occupy America cannot ask to be president. Anyone who orchestrated an invasion of America cannot lead America. Kamala Harris's reign of terror ends the day I take the oath of office. To expedite removal of Tren de Aragua. I have good luck with that name. Some people can't do it. They said, sir, why don't we just, they say TDR. I say, no, that doesn't sound too good. That sounds like a drugstore. I don't want to do that. Of course, nowadays, if you look at our drugstores, they do pretty good there. Do you see the drugstores? You can't get anything in certain places. You can't, most places. They have to put up glass in front because everything's taken. They walk out, they just take it. Do you know, she's the one that passed a law in San Francisco, destroyed it, where if you steal $950 or less, you're not going to be prosecuted. Can you believe it? I don't think that Carrie Lake agrees with that particular law. You're not into that, are you? I think she's a tough one. This is what you need. I hate to say it. She's tough as hell. This is what you need. You need it. I watched her debate. I haven't even spoken to her. So I watched your debate, though, at about 3 o'clock in the morning. I watched that debate. It's, you know, the TiVo or its equivalent. I give it the greatest invention in history, TiVo or its equivalent. I watched your debate due to that kind of thing that we can do nowadays. You destroyed that poor guy. Man. You know, they have an expression, if that were a fight, they would have stopped it. But that was a destruction. But I don't know how many people. You got to make that into a movie or something. Anybody that sees that would never vote for this guy. He's a total lightweight. And this woman has given up a lot. She had great success. Everything she did, you got to get her in. You got to get her. True. To expedite removal of the Tren de Aragua and other savage gangs, I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. Can you imagine? Those were the old days when they had tough politicians. I have to go back that long. Think of that, 1798. Oh, it's a powerful act. You couldn't pass something like that today. Today, we're politically correct. Today, people kill and they end up getting out on bail in 2 minutes. No, this is a little different act. The Aliens Enemy Act, 1798, to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. 100%. And in honor of the great people of Aurora, Colorado, we will call this Operation Aurora, because they were the first to suffer with this group of thugs. And if they come back into our country after removal, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. No possibility. Not that we want to do it. But by the way, not that we want to do it. We all have big hearts, but you know, it's not sustainable. We're not going to have a country. It's not sustainable. You see what's going on with the cities? They can't. New York has a $3 billion bill. I always heard New York is low on funds. A $3 billion bill, and the federal government's not going to pick it up. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. Thank you. They kill an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. And if you ever wanted to stop drugs as opposed to blue ribbon, I set up so many blue ribbon committees. You know, our First Lady did a fantastic job on this. She headed up a commission. And she got the number. And by the way, she wrote a great book. Go buy it. It's called Melania. And she says very nice things about me. I was worried. I wouldn't have, if she didn't, I wouldn't be talking about that book at all. I'd pretend it never happened. No, she's great. And she wrote a great book. I think it's the #1 bestseller now. Can you believe it? So go buy it. Melania. Go buy it. But Kamala's actions as the border czar are especially egregious. It's a betrayal of the brave men and women who devote their lives to securing our borders. They are treated so badly, so badly. They are treated so badly. It's so horrible. They're heroes, but they're not treated like heroes. But you know, I tell them all the time, the people know you're heroes. It's the radical left lunatics that don't treat them properly. I call them the heroes of ICE and the heroes of Border Patrol. They're incredible. And these courageous patriots, they risk their lives to keep America safe and our borders secure. And then Kamala came along and demanded that they aid and abet the invasion of our country, which really is what they're told to do, which they've dedicated their lives to prevent. They are not happy. And she only bothered, if she only just did this, all she had to do is go to the border for the first time. You know, it took her, what, 3.5 years to go there? And then she went to a place that I'd love to go for dinner sometime with you people. She never went. She didn't go to the border for the whole time. It was a great insult. And I used to call them all the time. In fact, they thought I was a pain in the ass. I'd call them, how's the border going, fellas? How's it going, Art? How's it going, Brandon? How we doing? Paul, how we doing, Paul? How's the border, Paul? They would get my call. They say, this guy, he's crazy. No, I was not crazy. I want to have a strong border. And that's why we had that beautiful chart. My favorite chart in history. I sleep with it. I kiss it. Even if that chart had bad numbers, I would have loved that chart. That was my all-time favorite. Every night I take it to bed with me. I kiss it. But today I'm honored to receive, and this was an honor that I didn't know about till very recently, the endorsement, because it's very hard for them to do this, you know? It's very hard for them to do this. But the endorsement of the official union of the Border Patrol agents, the entire union is endorsing it. It's a great honor. They said it was unanimous, thousands of people. Thank you. And they have thousands of people. They said it was unanimous. And I will say I have the endorsement of almost every single law enforcement group, sheriffs and police, the Fraternal Order, 400,000. And it's hard for them to do endorsements. You know, it's not an easy thing to do, but there comes a point when you have really no choice. I'd like to thank the former president of the National Border Patrol, a friend of mine, Counsel Brandon. It's an incredible counsel, actually. Brandon Judd, who's here someplace. Brandon. Thank you, Brandon. And I'd like to formally introduce the new president of the council, another friend. They become friends of yours. It's like you're in a war together. When I was here, when I was running things, that border was a big deal to me. We wouldn't let people in. We had a year, would be 2019, where they said zero, and I think they were wrong on this, to be honest. They said 0 terrorists came in, 0. The following year, they said 11. Now they have thousands of terrorists pouring into our country. These are stone-cold, hardened terrorists. Bad things are going to happen. We're going to get them the hell out of here before they do, I'll tell you. But the new president of the council, another great friend of mine, is Paul Perez. And he joined by a very highly respected man, Art, Del Cueto. Art Del Cueto, Vice President. And maybe we could ask them to come on up. We're also joined very proudly today by a large delegation of our nation's frontline border agents. These are incredible people. So let's show our appreciation for their unbelievable service to our country.
America, I have a message for you. If we allow Border Czar Harris to win this election, every city, every community in this great country is going to go to hell. The untold millions of people, unvetted, who she has allowed into this country that are committing murders, rapes, robberies, burglaries, and every other crime will continue to put our country in peril. Only one man can fix that. That is Donald J. Trump. He has always stood with the men and women who protect this border, who put their lives on the line for the country. A man who knows about putting his life on the line for what is right. This November, we have a choice to make. Continue the chaos, allow the criminal cartels to control the border, to allow drugs and fentanyl across our country, or put an end to it once and for all. On behalf of the 16,000 men and women represented by the National Border Patrol Council, we strongly support and endorse Donald J. Trump for President of the United States.
Good job. I gotta tell you, it was a little word. He got up, he had no notes. He didn't have a teleprompter. I can understand that. I don't use it too much either. And it is nice to have people that don't need teleprompters, isn't it? But he got up here, and he had no notes, and you gave a perfect deal. I think we're going to all have to go back inside. That was a good job. Did he do a good job? Look at all these Border Patrol and ICE. They're great heroes. And I want to let you know, Paul, I want to just tell you and everybody, all my friends, I have so many of them in this group. It's an incredible group of people. I will always stand with the incredible men and women of Border Patrol. And today I'm announcing a plan to address the shortage. You know, we have a tremendous shortage because they haven't been treated right. They want to do their jobs. You know, they consider it bad treatment when you're not allowed to do your job. And that's the biggest problem. They don't want people running in front of them. They want to stop them from coming in. And that's going to save a lot of people, including the people they're stopping. But to address the shortage of Border Patrol agents caused by the catastrophic failures of Kamala, our great border czar, who's the worst in history, we have a tremendous morale crisis because of her and her policies. I mean, think of it. Not one of the leaders, you have all the leaders up here, you have all the leaders in the room, you have Brandon right over there, was a leader for a long time, brilliantly the leader, never got a call from them. Not Biden, he was sleeping, and not her. No, not her, she never called. Never once. I saw this, I didn't ask them, I saw this, and a reporter asked Paul, have you ever been called? No, I haven't. How can you do that? Most important thing, it's the fabric and lifeblood of our country, and they're destroying our country, and they never, and these are the people in charge. So there's a big morale problem, and she ruined the jobs of a lot of these border agents. They went after people, remember? With the horses, do you remember that? Do you remember? That was a terrible thing. It turned out that they were totally wrong, but they went after a lot of other people, very innocent people. They go after those people, but they don't go after the criminals that are coming in to kill. They don't go after them. So in order to meet the goal of hiring 10,000 new agents, we need the agents. We need them badly. And keeping our incredible veteran agents on the force. Don't leave us. Raise your right hand. You're not going to leave. You're not going to leave. Don't leave us, fellas. I don't have to worry about them. They're very committed people. If we pay them nothing, they're not leaving. They want to save our country. They're going to save our country. But after I win, I will be asking Congress immediately to approve a 10% raise. I haven't had one in a long time for all agents. And a $10,000 each retention and signing bonus. So we're going to retain them. We're going to retain them. It's almost like being a great baseball player or football player, but not quite as much money, but not bad, right? No, we're going to retain them, and they deserve it. They've been treated unbelievably badly, and the fact that they continue. And you don't hear they're going out on strike. They're going to this, they don't do that. They would never do it. They're just incredible people. This will ensure that we can hire and keep the Border Patrol agents that we need to keep, and we can also bring in a lot of new ones, really great ones, and we're going to have our choice. I think we're going to have our choice. There's going to be a whole new spirit. This is a group that really needs spirit because they're protecting us, they're protecting our lives, they're protecting our country. So we're going to be doing that. And while you guys are up here, I also want to introduce a great guy and a very big man in the world of law enforcement, national president of the Fraternal Order of Police, Patrick Yos, representing 400,000 law enforcement, largest in the country by far, law enforcement officers, and I'm truly honored to have their endorsement as well. Patrick, thank you, wherever you may be. Thank you, Patrick. That's really nice. I'd have you up here, but I don't think Secret Service will allow anybody to get through this. It's gotten a little tight. That's good. That's supposed to be that way. Patrick, thank you. 400,000. Wow. That's great. I think we have every law enforcement group in the United States, the sheriffs. They're incredible people, and they really do. It's easier for them not to do their job. They want to work like hell, and they want to clean out our country and straighten out our country. And we want to have people in our country that love our country. They love our country. And we're going to have that. And despite all of the damage that Kamala has inflicted on the state, and, you know, don't forget, she's the vice president, right? But Joe gave her the assignment, and so I don't even mention his name. I'm not even sure what is he doing. Although he's looked very good lately. He's looked better than her, actually. No, I've always said, I'm not a big fan of his, as you probably have heard, but he's superior to her. He's more intelligent than she is. Can you believe? You ever think you'd be hearing that? And I mean it. But she said last week that she can't think of one thing that she would do differently. Not one thing. Think of it. Not one thing. So, fellas, you stay up here. Just look at this one tape, and then you go back and enjoy it. But I just want to tell you, you are phenomenal people. We love you all, and you're doing a great job for our country. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There not a thing that comes to mind.
I stood there on the tarmac watching you check your watch.
The chaotic and deadly U.S. evacuation from Afghanistan stunned Americans and the world and cost the lives of 13 U.S. soldiers.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
More than 13,000 illegal immigrants convicted of murder have been caught at the border and then released into the United States.
An Afghan national is in custody today after being accused of plotting an election day terrorist attack. The suspect entered the U.S. on a special immigrant visa.
Gut-wrenching new details in the murder of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. The illegal immigrant suspect, who cops say committed the heinous murder, is a Venezuelan national who crossed the unsecured southern border back in 2022.
Two men investigators say are in the country illegally from Venezuela are charged with capital murder in the death of Jocelyn Nungaray.
A fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking two New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret.
Would you have done something differently?
There is not a thing that comes to mind.
Only 18% say the economy is in excellent or good condition.
U.S. inflation has hit a new 40-year high, increasing by 9.1% over the financial year.
The cost of homes have spiked. Home buyers need to earn 80% more than they did in 2020 to afford a house.
Were you the last person in the room? Yes.
Appreciate it, Paul. Thank you. Thank you. You be blessed, sir. You be blessed. Great job. Let me come to Madison. You'll do it. Okay. I'll have you. Thanks. Great people. By the way, I see a couple of other people. Do you mind if I introduce to Cash? Stand up, Cash. Cash Patel. And I spotted him. You had no problems when he was in charge. You know who that is? Sheriff Joe. Sheriff Joe! Oh, stand up. Oh. Brandon, sign him up immediately. Paul, you got to sign him up immediately. Sheriff Joe. Well, you didn't have any problems with Sheriff Joe. He was tough and fair. You know what? He was actually very fair. He was amazing. Thank you very much, Sheriff Joe. I just saw you here. I would have had you come up. But you are a special guy. Thank you. He had a wonderful wife. He just lost his wife a little while ago, but she was a wonderful woman, and she's looking down at you. You couldn't have made her life too easy, I could guarantee you that. But she loved you, Sheriff Joe, so you take care of yourself, okay? Great guy. So the answer that she would do nothing different is totally disqualifying. So think of it. We have the worst president in the history of our country by far. The happiest man is Jimmy Carter because he was brilliant by comparison. His administration is considered now brilliant by comparison. We have the worst. And she says that she would do nothing different than the worst president that we've ever had. We have a right track, wrong track, where he sets a record every week for the wrong track. And she says that because it wasn't that she really meant that. What she really wanted to do, but she couldn't think of anything. When I heard that question, I said, oh, this is going to be a bad answer for me. Meaning, she's going to knock this one out of the park. And she said, no, I want to be the same as Joe Biden. Anybody that votes for her, you should have your head examined. She wanted other people. 86% of the country thinks we're on the wrong track. And she says, no, I do everything the same. Keep the airplanes flying. You know the worst thing? And I'll bring this up a little separately. 325,000 young children are probably dead or missing, but certainly missing. And they're either sex slaves, or they're dead. Think of the number. It's not 2, which is too many. It's not 100. It's 325,000 lives are probably gone. Their parents will never get to see them again. And these are people that she allowed just as if she had a gun in her hand, okay? And for that woman to be running for president is a disgrace, and everybody knows it. How can you keep someone who's stated plainly and clearly that she will change absolutely nothing from Biden? Kamala is turning us into a third world nation. Weaponization. How about the weaponization? I've been investigated more than the great Alphonse Capone, late great. You guys know Alphonse Capone, Scarface? This is a rough guy. I don't know. He may be even too tough for Paul. I don't know, Paul. This is a tough one. Alphonse Capone, Scarface. I've been investigated more than Alphonse Capone. It's called the weaponization of the Justice Department, and we've never had it. This was a third world, happens all the time in the third world, banana republics. It happened in the United States. And can you believe I'm leading? Who the hell, where did it happen where you're leading? Because the people get it. They get it. All my life, I never had a problem. Now my beautiful parents are up in heaven. I think they are. Even my father made it there. He could be rough, but I think because he was a good person, strong, tough, but he was a good person. My mother, guarantee. She's a guaranteed. But they're up there looking down. They say, how did this happen to my son? You know, I could have been on the most beautiful beaches in the world right now. I could have been enjoying a life, the waves smacking me in the face, my beautiful mane of hair blowing in the breeze. No hairspray, no hairspray necessary. The most beautiful places in the world. I own some of the greatest clubs. I could have had the greatest life. But I'd rather be in Arizona with you and these people all day long because we're going to make America great again. Right? Right? Thank you. With our victory, we will become the greatest, strongest, freest, and safest, and the most powerful nation again in the world. We're not considered a great nation right now, but we're going to be a great nation again, and it's not going to take long. I will quickly defeat inflation, and we will make America affordable again. We're going to have to do that. It's not affordable. And you know what people bring up more than anything? Simple things like groceries. They say groceries. Who would think that? Groceries. But they bring it up. Cars. They do a lot of different, everything basically. Look, we had the worst inflation, I think, they say in 48 years, I think ever. There's never been anything like it. And they don't even put the really bad, like as an example, we had interest rates at 2%. They went up to 10%. Well, they don't include that. They don't include many things. And by the way, at 10%, you can't get the money. So obviously it's much higher than 10%. For all of the working people struggling under Kamala's inflation nightmare, we will have large tax cuts for workers. We're going to have beautiful additional tax cuts, including no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. And no tax on Social Security benefits for our seniors. And you deserve it. You know, the seniors have suffered because they're on fixed income, many of them, and the inflation has made it impossible. Everything they've taken in, and it's just gone. They're wiped out, and we're not going to do that. We're not going to allow that. Then they're supposed to pay tax yet. By contrast, Kamala Harris is known as the taxing queen. She loves taxes. She's the only one I've ever seen. She campaigns on the fact that she wants to give you a 70% tax increase. Her plan will raise your typical American family taxes by at least $3,000 a year, congratulations, and run a bad and unsafe government. I also announced last week that we will make interest payments on cars, loans. We're going to make them tax deductible first time. Because affording a car is essential to restoring the American dream, which we're going to restore. You know, friends of mine called me and they said, some of the biggest analysts, the greatest analysts on Wall Street, brilliant guys, where did you ever come up with the idea of deducting interest? You know, it's like the paperclip. It was developed about 125 years ago. Some guy took a little, and he made the paperclip. And everybody says, oh, man, why didn't I think of that, right? It's like deductibility. It's going to be incredible because you'll sell a lot more cars, and we're going to protect our car business now. We're going to protect them. Made in the USA, and we don't have to go through it, but made in the USA, and we're going to protect them with tariffs. I do have to tell you one quick story. You don't mind if I never go back on the teleprompter again, do you? No, I watch Paul, and I say, damn it, I don't think I'm supposed to use the teleprompter anymore, Carrie. I watched the way. So I've been telling you a story for about a year that in Mexico, they're building some of the biggest car plants anywhere in the world. And I told you about a friend of mine who's a brilliant guy, but especially when it comes to building a car plant. With other things, he's not so good, but he can build a computerized car plant. It's unbelievable. So I saw him about 4 or 5 months ago, and I said, you know, I want you to take me on a tour of one of your plants. He's the biggest builder of plants in the world. I want you, so you'll be able to figure them out if you really want to. I don't think the fake news, wow, that's a lot of fake news back there. That's a lot of cameras. I didn't even notice. I didn't even know. That's a lot of fake news. Holy mackerel. Look at those red lights go off. Those red lights, those suckers are going off. Every time I do that, those lights go off because they don't want me to call them corrupt and horrible people. You can let them go back on now. I'll get off. No, I just looked up. That's a lot of cameras. Who the hell can do this 2-3 times a day? One little mistake. If I pronounce a word slightly wrong, and I tend not to go back because I don't want to go back. I don't want to say, excuse me, let me go. I like to bull through it. So I speak for hours, mostly without a teleprompter, really mostly. One mispronunciation of a word. He's cognitively impaired. He's getting old. He's getting old. He mispronounced a word like the name of the gang, if I did. No, I think I got it perfectly, didn't I? But if they see any, they watch for weeks and weeks. For weeks and weeks, I'm up here ranting and raving. Last night, 100,000 people, flawless, ranting and raving. I'm ranting and raving. Not a mistake. And then I'll be at a little thing and I'll say something a little bit like the. I'll say, duh. They'll say, he's cognitively impaired. No, I'll let you know when I will be. I will be someday. We all will be someday, but I'll be the first to let you know. But when you can do this 3-4 times a day, and you can go from site to site, from Arizona to Pennsylvania to Michigan, right? And then you have some little writer at the New York Times who's been really bad lately. They follow every single word. Did he get, wait a minute. He said something wrong. I actually say things very right, and they'll use the same story but belittle it like it doesn't exist, but it all exists. But they love it, you know, because Biden was obviously cognitively impaired. She should have reported him because that puts our nation in danger. We've never been so close to being in World War III than we are right now. And don't kid yourself, we have an election coming up, but we still have like 3.5 months left. And it's a long time in a nuclear world. And that would be a war like no other. And I'm not thrilled about the people representing us, even for a short period of time. But I just had to say, because you read so much, and now some people say he's the single greatest speaker of all time. Because you know what? Nobody's ever, I actually asked that question. Hundreds of thousands of people show up, and I assume it's for my looks. But I say, but you know, I said it today to Brandon. I said, you know, Brandon, it's funny. I look outside, you could fill this place up 3 times. If anybody would like to give up your seat, please. But outside it's packed. We put up television screens now. But I said to Brandon just a little while ago, I said, you know, I draw all these people. I don't think I've ever had a story that Trump is a great speaker. I hear about great speakers like Churchill. I hear about a lot of great speakers. But I've never heard that Trump is a great... Uh-oh, now I'm in trouble, because you know what they're going to do? He's comparing himself to Winston Churchill. No, that's what they'll do, Andy, right? That's what they'll do. They'll say, oh, he's comparing himself. He was angry about... No. I've never had a story that I'm... And there's a reason these crowds are coming. And someday they're going to figure... She said, because we love you, and I love you too. That's why I come. She said that. How good is that? Where is that woman? Stand up. Oh, stand up. Look at her. Wow. I would say that's beautiful. Is she your wife? You know what? I would say she's a beautiful woman, but if I did say that, my political career, you're not allowed to say that. So I'm not allowed to call you a beautiful woman, but she is. So, crazy what's gone on. Have to be politically correct nowadays. And we're going to have something about our military talking about being politically correct, because we have a great military. I knocked out ISIS. I knocked out ISIS so fast. To bring jobs and factories and wealth racing back to our shores, we will have a 15% made in America corporate tax rate. Now you have to understand, I brought it down from almost 40%. And these are corporations. They don't have to be in our country. You know, in the old days, they'd move from state to state. Now they move from country to country. Every country wants our corporations. So we have to treat them good. Kamala wants to take their taxes and raise them. And you know what they do? They'll say, that's okay. Let's go to Ireland. You know, the pharmaceutical industry moved to Ireland. Let's go to Europe. Let's go to Asia. Let's go to China. They want them so badly. So I moved it from 39, almost 40%, down to 21% and got it approved in Congress. But that doesn't make us great. It makes us good. It makes us competitive, sort of more than competitive. It was good. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country when I did that. We took in more revenue at 21 than we did at 39, which was amazing. People were pouring in. But here's what we're doing now. I'm moving it down to 15%, but only for those people who make their products in America. And in other words, a company, and by the way, you're going to see companies pouring back into our country. Somebody said, what are you going to do about the debt? We have a lot of debt, a lot of debt. And we were doing this, and then we got the China virus stuff, and that came out of nowhere. And we had to focus on that because people, and I wasn't really, other countries suffered so badly. Other countries, proportionally, they suffered worse than us. Suffered worse than us proportionally is China. So, it's like one of those things. But, so we had to focus on that. We did a great job on that. We never got credit. We never got credit for that. But we did a great job on that. Nobody knew what the hell it was. It came in. Our famous operation, they call it Operation Warp Speed. Operation Warp Speed gets military credit for being one of the most incredible things that they've ever seen, distribution of things. But we did a great job, and we got that. We handed over a country that was better. The stock market was higher than it was just previous to COVID coming in. So we did a great job. But we were in the process of doing this, and a friend of mine called up from Wall Street. He's considered a brilliant analyst. He said, like the other one, he said, where did you come up with the idea of taking it down, but only for companies that make their product? He said, that's a great idea. Can you imagine? You have all these 185 IQ people on Wall Street. That's sort of the ultimate. I think they say, you know who the smartest person they say in history was? Albert Einstein. He said Trump. I agree with him. He said Trump. All right. My uncle, Dr. John Trump, MIT, 40 years. That's pretty smart. He was smart. My uncle was very smart. He used to tell me things a long time ago about nuclear. He said, someday, son, they'll have a weapon that you'll be able to carry into a building like a handbag, and it will blow up New York City. I said, Uncle John, that's never going to happen. He's the longest-serving professor in the history of MIT, like 40 years or 41 years. Can you imagine? So this is good. Does anybody believe in genes? You guys believe in genetics? These guys have good genetics, too, for safety, and that's all we want you for. We don't want you for anything else. We don't want you for anything else. But for those who, but they were asking me, where did you come up with this idea? It's just an idea.
And you only get it if you make your product here, because we want jobs. We want jobs. It's about jobs. It's not about the products. But then we have to protect those companies that move in and the companies that we have. The auto industry has been wiped out. We will have more auto jobs than we did. It's my biggest ambition, have more auto jobs than we did 50 years ago in the prime. We are a tiny fraction of what we used to be, a fraction. And companies are going to move in at a level that nobody's ever seen, but we have to protect them. So how do we protect them? With tariffs. If you don't move your plant into the United States, we put tariffs. You're not going to make your car in China. I already did that, 27.5% tariff. Do you know Biden never took it off? Because if he ever did, it's so much money, but also if he ever did, our country would be just overrun. We would have a country that was overrun with Chinese cars pouring in, and Detroit would be finished. It's almost finished now. You know, they lost 30,000 workers. They go to the all-electric mandate where everybody has to have an electric car. And I have to be very careful because Elon endorsed me. But can I tell you, he understands it. It's not for everyone. What he does is incredible. The car is incredible. What he does, and you know the beautiful thing, he endorsed me. He's in Pennsylvania right now, and I should be there probably. Maybe, I don't know. I hear we're leading so much. I hear we're leading in your great state by so much. But I said, nope. We're going to be here. We're going to do it just the way we want to do it, and we're going to be in Pennsylvania a lot over the next 3 days. But he never once said, and you know, this is a tribute, but look at the rockets coming in. He never once said to me, would you do me a favor? Could you lay off the electric car? No, the electric car is beautiful. It's great, and it's got a great market. It's going to do great. They're all going to do, I think it's great, but not 100%, because they're going to be made in China, most of them, because that's where we have a thing under our feet. It's called oil and gas. I call it liquid gold. So if you don't mind, we'll use that. And we're going to have hybrids. We're going to have electric. We're going to have everything. We're going to have gasoline-propelled cars. We have one other thing. You know about the new one that's come along? Does everyone know about hydrogen? We have a new technology that's coming along. It's coming along beautifully, Cash. It's coming along beautifully. It's hydrogen. It has one minor problem. It blows up. And when it blows up, and it doesn't happen often, like maybe one car a day, and when it blows up, you are unrecognizable. They call your wife, would you please come down to see if this is your husband that's laying next to a tree? And the wife goes over and said, no, I don't recognize that man. He's gone, whoever the poor guy is. No. So I'm not going to go heavy into hydrogen, if you don't mind, but electric and all. But we want to do this. We want to have, we're going to move so many car companies are going to come back. They're going to come back from Germany. They're going to come back into our great country. And I will tell you that we will have a golden age. It just started. We have a golden age. And you know, if you look at the Teamsters, did you see the Teamsters? They voted. The rank and file voted for Trump. The firemen voted for Trump. The policemen and women voted for Trump. Amazing. The firemen and women hadn't voted for a Republican ever. It goes back a long time. Firemen and women, that goes back a long time. They voted for Trump. Can you imagine? The rank and file. And the Teamsters, I don't think they ever did either, but they voted for Trump. We got 61% of the vote. 61% of the vote. So there's something happening. It's changing. You know, I watch these people talking on television. They say there's a change, and there is a change. You know what the change is? They want to see our country be great again. They want to make America great again, and they're seeing it. And they want to see our country be safe, too, and it's going to be safe. Because of them, it's going to be safe. So for all of this to happen, the car companies come back, our country be safe, Arizona must get out and vote. You got to get out and vote. That's all I don't want your money. Don't give me your money. We don't need money. We need votes. Got to get out and vote. All you need to do is make sure a couple of things happen. For instance, this woman that I just mentioned, Carrie Lake, she's running. She did so well. She's been an incredible candidate. If you looked at their last race, that was a great race. But I want to just, if you don't mind, I'm going to have Kari Lake come up just for a couple of seconds and say a couple of words. You got to vote her in. You got to vote her in. Be careful. I said, be careful, Kari, because that blows it. If you fall, that blows it.
We love you. Mwah. Oh, my goodness, do we love this man? You know, I used to say after the first term of President Trump, we just witnessed one of the great presidents in American history. And now I say, this is the greatest president in American history. But I think it goes further than that. I think we are in the midst of one of the greatest leaders in human history, and his name is Donald J. Trump. This guy right here. But we got to get out and do our part. He's done so much work for us. Now each and every one of us has to do our part. That means we get out and we vote early. Can you do it? And then we call, how many of you have 10 friends? Okay. How many of you have 5 friends? Call every friend in your contact list and make sure they're going to get out and vote for Donald J. Trump and Kari Lake for U.S. Senate. I want to go to Washington, D.C. and help President Trump secure our border, make our state safe again, make our state affordable again, and make our kids have access to the American dream. We love you, President Trump, and we're going to win Arizona for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Kari, thank you. Yeah, she's great. She loves the state. She wants to see a very safe place, and that's going to happen. So thank you very much, Kari. We're also pleased to be joined by Senator Mike Lee, a fantastic guy. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike. And also we have members of Congress. They've become such friends of mine. For whatever reason, I like these members a lot. From your state, Andy Biggs. Thank you. Warrior. He's a little on the conservative side, right? And that's okay, right? You know what he is? He's on the common sense side. Because that's what I say, we're the party of common sense more than anything else, right? So thank you very much. Great job. Blake Moore. Thank you. Thank you, Blake. Thank you. Celeste Malloy. Celeste. Paul Gosar. I love this guy. I love that guy. You talk about a fighter. Boy, he is some fighter. He fights everybody. He doesn't care. He just wants the state to be good. State or country. I think state maybe even in your case comes before the country. We got to talk about that. This guy, stand up once again, quick. Come on, stand up. There are a few like him. Right, Andy? Thank you. Great job you're doing. Thank you. Eli Crane. Great. Doing a fantastic job. And we have a very popular candidate. I don't even know why it's candidate. I mean, I feel he's been there for a long time. He's done really a fantastic job. Abe Hamadeh. Thank you. Feels like you've been there a long time, man. And the chairwoman of the Yavapai Apache tribe, Tanya Lewis. Tanya, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Tanya. Oh, beautiful. You look great. Thank you, darling. Also, we have many Azerasians in our room. We have some incredible people in our room. We have so many that we just can't But we have some people in our room that I'm not going to mention because they fully understand why, because I don't have time. But Robert O'Brien I'm mentioning because he's the one that got the 300 plus people. So Robert O'Brien, please stand up. Thank you. And Rick Grinnell, is Rick here? What happened to Rick? What happened to Rick? Oh, he's in trouble. Attorney General Sean Reyes. Thank you, Sean. Thank you. Raul Labrador. Thank you very much. Thanks. And Glenn Beck. I'm going to be doing his show. Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, Glenn. And two guys that are definitely strong people, Dave Riley and Dave Sparks, also known as Diesel Brothers. The Diesel Brothers. And Gold Star father, Darren Hoover, and mother, Kelly Barnett. They're here, and they're incredible people. I've gotten to know them. Taylor Hoover gave his life in Afghanistan. And thank you both very much. Thank you very much. Great young guy. Should have never happened. Should have never happened. They should have been at Bagram, and they should have done it properly. They didn't do the right job, but we appreciate it. It's great knowing you, too. Gotten to know them. Gotten to know a lot of the 13 families and the incredible people. Should have never happened. It was gross incompetence. Number one, you don't take your soldiers out first. You take them out last. That was the start. But we appreciate it very much, and we'll see you again soon. I also want to send our love back to everyone in the East affected by the terrible recent hurricanes, and God bless you all. They've gone through a lot. Thank you. So, in closing, I just want to say Kamala Harris is a radical left Marxist, rated even worse than Bernie Sanders or Pocahontas. Do you know who Pocahontas? She cost a typical American family $29,000 worth of her inflation nightmare. It cost you $29,000. You wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had Ukraine being attacked by Russia. You wouldn't have October 7th with Israel. It wouldn't have happened. You wouldn't have had that horrible, we were leaving Afghanistan, we would have left with dignity and strength, and we would have kept the Bagram, the big air base that we gave up to China. China now has it. Congratulations. The reason we should have kept it is because it was 1 hour away from where China makes their missiles. And just a horrible thing that we did. This group of people, and nobody gets fired. That's why nobody writes books about this guy. Well, number one, they wouldn't be buying them probably anyway, but nobody ever gets fired. Every general in that deal should have been fired. Every single general. You know, I defeated ISIS rapidly. We did it in a matter of weeks. It was supposed to take years. We have a great military, but we defeated. But you know, with Biden, they have all those mistakes made constantly on inflation, on everything's a mistake. Nothing works that he does. Nothing works. Nobody ever gets fired. I think he does that to avoid the bad books. But it's a terrible thing. When you do a bad job, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. But Kamala was an original creator, I'm sure Border Patrol and ICE would like to hear this, of defund the police. She wanted to have defund the police. She was one of the people in charge. She was the proud defunder of the police. And by the way, anybody who wants to defund the police, even if it was for a short time, and in her case it was many years, is not worthy of being president of the United States. Kamala Harris vowed to abolish ICE, their friends. She wants to ban fracking. As California Attorney General, she redefined, checked, and this is like crazy, child sex trafficking, assault with a deadly weapon, and rape of an unconscious person. She redefined them as totally nonviolent crimes. Now, remember, she changed all of it. She's a different one. A year ago, if you looked at the debate where she was the first one to lose, she never got to Iowa. Great state, we love Iowa. See, now I don't have to go there because I've given it the kudos that it deserves. It's a great, it's a great place, but we're leading by so much we don't have to go. Thank you, Iowa, I love you. But she never got to Iowa. She was out in the primaries. She was the first one out of 22. She got thrown out, and now here she is. She pledged to confiscate your guns and endorsed a total ban on handgun ownership. But think of it. 15 different things she changed. She took things. Now she thinks fracking is wonderful. Now she thinks the ownership of a gun is a wonderful thing. She said, oh, I have one. What kind is it? Let me think about that. She even called for free sex changes for illegal aliens in detention, all at taxpayer expense. And she wanted to turn, but we're not going to let her. We'll get there in time. By the way, they're incapable of doing this anyway. Our military will never be woke. A couple of the losers on top, but will never be woke. It will never be woke. Take a look at this on the beautiful screen behind me. Take a look.
You little scumbag! I got your name. I got your ass! You will not laugh. You will not cry. You will learn by the numbers.
Happy Pride. Happy Pride Month. And actually, let's declare it a summer of pride.
So you're a killer? Sir, yes, sir! Let me see your war face. Sir, you got a war face? Ah! That's a war face. Now let me see your war face. Ah! Bullshit. You didn't convince me. Let me see your real war face. Ah! You will be a weapon. You will be a minister of death, praying for war. But until that day, you are pukes. You are the lowest form of life on earth. You are not even human fucking beings. You are nothing but unorganized, grabastic pieces of amphibian shit.
How to abracadabra, these bitches know I got answers the way I...
It looks to me like the best part of you ran down the crack of your mama's ass and ended up as a brown stain on the mattress. I love working for Uncle Sam. I love working for Uncle Sam. Let me know who I am. Let me know just who I am. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps. 1, 2, 3, 4, United States Marine Corps.
All right. We won 2 world wars, and then we changed the name of bases. Can you imagine? And in North Carolina, they want the name Bragg. We took it out, Fort Bragg. It's now got a different name. It's now got a different name. We'll have to see about that. I think we're going to change that name back. And Kamala also lied about, I hate to bring it up because it's sort of so simple. They could say, oh, he speaks in such simple terms. But she said she had a job at McDonald's, and it was a lie. She never worked at McDonald's. So I bring it up. Oftentimes, it's the best thing you can say. No, she lied about McDonald's. I think next week or shortly thereafter, I am going to McDonald's to stand over the French fries so I can see how hard her job that never turned out would be. And by the way, the head of the Republican Party in Arizona is here. Please stand up. What a job you're doing. What a job. I just spotted you. Wow. And I hear we're doing well, huh? It's good. Yeah, we hear good things. Early voting, we hear get out and vote, get out and vote. Thank you. Great job you're doing. With your vote this November, we're going to defeat this radical left country destroyer. We're going to finish what we very brilliantly started. We had something going. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best we've ever had, but the best. We had the safest border, the best border, the fewest people, the fewest drugs. We were watching the drugs. Human trafficking, which is mostly in women, unfortunately. It's vicious. Mostly in women. We had everything down to the lowest numbers they've ever seen. We will quickly become energy independent again. Think of it. We were energy independent 4 years ago. But we will immediately frack, and drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. And I will cut your energy prices in half within 12 months. Everybody in this room, Within 12 months, we have liquid gold, and we can do anything. We buy our oil from Venezuela. We call it Venezuelan tar. It's tar, and you have to take it and heat the hell out of it. What a mess. Goes right up for those environmentalists. If you are an environmentalist, it goes right up. And you know where it's done? In Houston, because it's the only plant that can do it. It's the only plant that's equipped to do it. I will cancel Kamala Harris's insane electric vehicle mandate immediately. All forms of cars. Because a couple of people told me they don't want to stop 12 times to take a drive to Washington. You don't want to drive to various parts of the country when you can drive and have gasoline left over. You don't want to stop 19 times. I will stop outsourcing and turn the U.S. into a manufacturing superpower. That's going to happen because what I told you about the cars is applicable to every other industry. We're going to have so many new businesses. You're going to be calling me. Remember, I used to talk about winning, right? Same thing. Please, sir, please, we can't take any more companies coming into America. It's too many, sir. It's no good. They're coming in from Germany. They're coming in from Japan. Sir, we can't take it anymore. We can't take the jobs. We can't take the money that we're making. We never made so much damn money. Everybody wants us to work there, sir. They're paying us anything. Please stop, sir. We can't take it anymore. Remember, we used to do that with winning. You're going to win so much, and I'd have one of your senators. I'd have cash come in. I'd have cash come in. I'd have all these guys come in. They'd probably have to send Sheriff Joe because he's the one that gets to me better than anybody, probably. They'll send, and Sheriff Joe and Brandon and Carrie, they'll all come in and they'll say, sir, remember, we're winning too much, sir, we can't take it. Because we've been a loser for so long. And we used to joke, and we weren't joking because we were winning like we never won before. Our economy became the best economy we've ever had. We were doubling up on China. China paid us hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes and tariffs. No other president got 10 cents from China. And I got along with them great until COVID, and then I said, that's a bridge too far. I will end the war in Ukraine, stop the chaos in the Middle East, and prevent World War III. I will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. That includes you guys, okay? That includes, does that include us? Yeah, you're top of the list. We will strengthen and modernize our military. You know, I rebuilt the entire U.S. military. Now we have to do it. I didn't know that they were going to give such a big chunk for no reason whatsoever to Afghanistan. Tanks, planes, even goggles, the best goggles. Now they became night fighters. Isn't that wonderful? What we gave them, 777,000 guns and rifles. Think of that. First of all, how many did they need? 777,000 guns, 70,000 cars and vehicles. Many of them are armor plated, cost millions of dollars to build them. And they have them, and they just had a parade 3 weeks ago. Did you see going down their main thoroughfare? It wasn't particularly beautiful. And they were showing off all the equipment. Did you see that? It was disgusting to me. I look at that, I get disgusted and angry. Sometimes, you know, I make these speeches and we try and make the best out of a bad situation, but sometimes I get very angry by the end because I say, it's really crazy. You know, you go over the things they did, like the border, but you go over the things and you get damn angry because they're just grossly incompetent. They've actually destroyed. We're going to stop it. We're going to turn it around. But what they've done toward the destruction of our country is not even believable. It's not thinkable. We'll build a missile defense shield, all of it made in the USA. We're entitled to it, too. It was our technology. And we will rebuild our cities, including our once beautiful capital. Right now, it's got graffiti all over the beautiful marble. It's got the medians falling down on our roads. It's got potholes all over the place. We're going to take over our capital. We're going to make it so beautiful. We'll have a committee. We'll get rid of these people that are allowing crime to flourish. You can't go there. It's so dangerous. We're going to rebuild our cities. We're going to make our cities great again, too. Our cities are suffering tremendously. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I guarantee you that. I will defend the Second Amendment, protect religious liberty, restore free speech, and we will secure our elections and they will be secure once and for all. Under the Trump administration, we will put American citizens first, American children first, American patients first, American taxpayers first, American workers first, and American communities first. We will put them first. We love those people. And we will put communists, Marxists, and fascists last. And we'll keep them there, too. We're going to put them last and keep them there. We will defend our territory. We will defend our families. We will defend our communities. We will defend our civilization. We will not be conquered. We will not be occupied. We will not be invaded. We will reclaim our sovereignty. We will reclaim our nation. And I will give you back your freedom and your life. We're going to give you back your freedom. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive. And every day will be filled with opportunity and hope. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda once and for all. And we want a landslide election, and I believe something's brewing like that. That's too big to rig. Too big to rig. Early voting is underway. Get everyone you know and get out and vote. We cannot take a chance. After all we have been through together, we've been through so much. We stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We're going to make them the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. With your help, from now until Election Day, we will redeem America's promise, and we will take back the nation that we love. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will stop us. We will press forward toward our magnificent American destiny, and together we will win, win, win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. Wealthy, wealthy, wealthy. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Arizona. Thank you. God bless you all. God bless you.